Okay. And we should have sound there. Let me kill that. They should have sound now. Check 1, 2, check 1, 2. See if you guys got some sound. Hey, while we're logging in, let me know who you are, where you are watching from.
Yes, we're good.
Okay, we're good to go on sound. So good, so good. All right, so let me know who you are, where you are watching from. You guys good?
Yeah.
Okay. How's the temperature here? You guys okay? Warm? Okay, awesome. So they told me it was freezing last night as an icebox when I was burning up. It's all good. That's why we call this Burning Man. Welcome. We've built all this, and a little bit later, we're going to destroy it all. We're going to burn it down, baby. So, you guys ready to go?
Yes.
Okay, ready to go. Awesome. Everybody logged in, Akila? People saying hi?
We got Imani from Kenya, Matea from Slovenia.
Crystal, can you make this disappear? This little line? Yeah. Slovenia, Kenya,
Reno, Andy from New York.
Reno, New York. Is that Andy, Madrid? Yeah, not sure. Well, welcome, guys. We love having you guys here. Grab a pencil. We've got some Ohio in the house. Get some pencils and pieces of paper. We are going to jump right into what we're doing today. All right, so we're going to do a little exercise here in the building. You guys can do it with your friends and family at home if you want to. But here's what we're going to do. Okay, D, what I want you to do is I want you to communicate very quietly in her ear. You're going to communicate something. Okay? Ross, you're going to communicate in Molly's ear. You're going to communicate something. Molly's going to communicate to Rosalind. Rosalind's going to communicate to Molly. Molly's going to communicate to Ross. And you're going to communicate to D. And what we want to do is we want to see if we can get D's message to Ross and Ross's message to D through the multiple channels. You ready? You got to be really, 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 really quiet. Okay? So like don't let them hear. You ready? You got 10 seconds and go. So what we're going to try to do is while they're passing these little messages back and forth like we're kindergarten school kids here, and Dee's got a whole sermon apparently. Holy heck. Okay, here we go. Okay, here we go. Go. Yeah, quickly. You only got 10 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, Ross, what was Dee's message? Okay, what was Dee's message? What did you make it up?
She said breakfast was really good.
Breakfast was really good and what?
And she enjoyed her conversation with Ross.
And she enjoyed her consultation with Ross. I like it. Very nice. Okay, a conversation. Well, I know Ross. It definitely was a consultation. Okay, yeah, I know that. Okay, Dee, what was Ross's message? Well, you got to make it up.
Okay, Ross said he's really enjoying his tangerines.
Ross said he's really enjoying his tangerines. Okay. So Ross, what actually was your message?
I can't wait to sell high ticket mastery.
I can't wait to sell high ticket mastery. I love it. Okay, perfect. What was your message?
My message was high ticket mastery is awesome, and I learned to sell high ticket without sounding salesy.
I love it. Okay, I love it. Okay, but I thought you were giving altar calls. I mean, we had 10 seconds to get it from here to here, so you took 22 seconds just to give the message. I mean, what? Come on, you got 10 seconds. Okay, so here's the thing. So Ross had a message that was good, and Dee had a message that was good, but somewhere along the line, the lady screwed it up, right? I mean, it was that's how it works, okay? So what happens is many times as influencers, when you go to sell a product, you have a message that you're trying to get out to the masses, right? And so we've been taught that we have sales and marketing funnels. We've been taught we have emails. We've been taught that we have Facebook ads, etc. We've been taught, can one of you guys come hit the mute button on this so it doesn't ting me all day? We've been taught all these different portals and different messages. And all we want to do is get our message out to our audience so it resonates with them so then they can hit the little button, pay us some money, and they can become our client. But the problem is it's not always that simple. More times than not, okay, our message gets garbled to our audience because you have all these hurdles in the way. I mean, first let's take technology, right? We have the technology hurdles. Anybody ever had trouble with ClickFunnels? Ever? Never. Anybody ever have trouble with your Facebook ad account? Never, right? We never have technology issues. That can't be the problem. So you have technology in our way, but there's really two massive things that are big hurdles. One is our clients many times they misperceive, is that a word? Misperceive our message. So in other words, you're trying to say the sky is blue, and they're hearing you say, you're going to give me a blue car, right? Okay? Or you're trying to say, hey, I'm going to give you a blue car for $97, and all they hear is something different, right? The messages are mismatched. And the communication between the presenter and the presentee, so to speak, gets garbled for a few reasons. Number one, technology. Number two, we're not real clear on our message. And that's where we're going to spend some time today. We're not real clear on our message. Number three, the person who's getting the message misinterprets what you're saying. They don't get it. They don't understand it. More times than not, you think you have on a scale of 1 to 10, you have a 10 offer, and they look at it as a 1.5 offer. And you're like, well, why in the world aren't they taking me up on my stinking irresistible offer? Well, the reason is because your message is off. The message is off. Now, here's the thing. And this is where, if you guys are paying attention, you got to dive in today. Like, I wanted to bring my good stuff right at the beginning today because I want to reward you guys who are on early, and I really appreciate you guys. I know for some of you, it's literally the middle of the night all around the world. And we just want you to know that we love you and we appreciate you. We're so grateful for you. Okay, so grab a pencil and piece of paper and let me hear this. And you need to hear this. The responsibility of communication is always on the presenter, never on the presentee. If your audience is not understanding your irresistible offer, if they're not understanding what you're saying, it's always your fault. Because you've got the responsibility to make sure the message gets out in a clean and clear method. It's your responsibility. But here's the issue when it becomes your responsibility. And if we're honest with ourselves, and I'd like for you guys to give me some feedback in the chat room. If we're honest with ourselves, here's the issue. The issue is most of the time, we do not have clarity on our message. If we're brutally honest, we don't really know what it is we want to say. We're unclear. We lack clarity. So if you were to come into our studio here, over on my left here, you'll see a logo of our coaching program called CAVU, C-A-V-U. CAVU stands for Ceiling and Visibility Unlimited. Ceiling and Visibility Unlimited. And it's an aeronautical term that says that pilots use when they're flying an airplane, when they finally get above the clouds, okay? See, up under the clouds, they can see a little bit. When they get into the clouds, they can't see at all. They're completely dependent. So think about this. When they're below the clouds, they're completely dependent on other people. When they're in the clouds, they're definitely dependent on other people and instruments. And then when they're above the clouds, now that is when they have control. And so what an airline pilot does is when he takes off and he gets above the clouds, and so now he can see everything, he radios back to the tower and says, hey, tail number 27451, now CAVU. In other words, now my ceiling and my visibility are unlimited. One of the things keeping you guys below the clouds, one of the things keeping you under the radar, so to speak, one of the things keeping you from being able to take off, one of the things from being able to keep you from increasing your rates is you lack clarity on your message. And what I want to do this morning in our first session here, and we're gonna spend a lot of time, 4 hours in these two sessions on this particular topic. We're gonna get you above the clouds by dialing in your message. Okay? Here's what when you dial in your message, here's what it does. Okay? So I've always believed that if you lack confidence, it's because you lack clarity. If you lack confidence, it's because you lack clarity. You gain clarity, you gain confidence. Okay, that's just how it is. Okay, lack of clarity is always the disruptor in our message. And so you can't sell high ticket, you can't sell low ticket for that matter, until you have clarity on who you are, who you help, what you offer, what the expected outcomes are. So this morning, what we're going to do is we're going to jump in and we're going to help you gain. We're going to help you gain clarity this morning. We're going to help you get to where you want to go. You guys ready for this?
Yes.
Are you guys ready for this? Let me know. Somebody give me clarity.
Clarity.
No, not Claritin. That's a whole different thing. Clarity. Okay, clarity. Clarity. You guys got your adult vitamins? Okay. I started telling you the story last night, and then my lack of clarity disrupted me. So people always want to know, why do we have peanut M&Ms at our home all the time? Well, here's what you guys know, little Olivia, my 10-year-old. She was our first biological kid. Jada is my little niece that I adopted when she was young. And when we got Olivia, she wouldn't sleep through the night. So we go to the pediatrician, and she taught us this little trick on how to get Olivia sleeping through the night. And doggone it, within 7 days, just like she said, bam, she was sleeping through the night, and now she's like every other kid, like she doesn't wake up, right? Okay, it worked. And then when she got a little older, we noticed that she was always crabby. I'm like, I can't raise a crabby kid. Like, what in the world's going on, right? So we go back to the pediatrician, and the pediatrician said, listen, I'm about ready to change your life. I said, oh yeah? She goes, and she reaches in her bag, and she goes, this is the trick. I said, what's the trick? She goes, peanut M&Ms. She goes, these are the perfect vitamins. I was like, vitamins? She's like, yes. She goes, think about it. She goes, kids only cry when they're hungry, when they're tired, or when they're wet. That's it. She goes, this obviously won't fix the wet thing, but if they're hungry, it'll feed them, okay? If they're tired, it's got caffeine in it with the chocolate. It's going to give them a little bit of boost. If their blood sugar is low, it's got sugar in it, and it's got crunchy, so they're going to eat it. And so we started giving them. So she says, anytime she's cranky, just reach back, get 5 peanut M&Ms, give it to her, make her eat it, and holy smokes, it worked. It works. In fact, now when my kids get really cranky, they hate it now because I say, go to the pantry, get a spoon of peanut butter. I say, go get a spoon of peanut butter, right? Because you have a protein issue, okay? And so what I learned was kids aren't the only ones that this works on, okay? When you guys get crabby and cranky, I'm like, I was pointing at Ross. Yeah. You guilty, Molly? Yeah. It really work. So I've learned to give you guys peanut M&Ms because it keeps the environment fun, and it gives me a reason to get fat. So, all right. So here we go. What we're going to do is we're going to gain clarity today on our message. Okay. So. High-ticket products solve one problem. How many problems do they solve? One problem. Okay, one problem. If you're going to become a high-ticket specialist, you have to become a specialist, not a generalist. Who makes more money? The general practitioner or the heart surgeon? Heart surgeon. Why? Because a heart surgeon has understood that he's going to go all in on hearts. And because he's only messing around with hearts, he can charge more money. The reason is, excuse me, I shouldn't have eaten that. There you go. Ah, okay. Yeah, I need the Heimlich now. The reason why heart surgeons can charge more money is because there are less of them. The general practitioners are a dime a dozen, but there are less heart surgeons. So a heart surgeon dives deep and becomes a specialist at one thing. Then what happens is if you have a heart issue and you go to a general practitioner is going to say what? You need to go to a specialist, okay? And so when you become a specialist of something, I'm going to show you guys this on the board. When you become a specialist, oops, sorry. I'm a mess today. When you become a specialist, can you, something happened with your slideshow over there. Okay, you can just keep that on full screen for me. Okay. We'll fix it. Don't worry about it. Just, if you can just stop. Crystal, just stop. Yep, just stop. Okay. Now let me see if I can get my whiteboard up here. Hang on. Can I get my whiteboard up here? What happened? Just a second. Hang on. Now I can't figure out how to get my whiteboard up here. Krista, I feel like that I'm controlling your computer.
It kind of looks like that.
Okay, so just disconnect it. I don't know why my keyboard to my Microsoft Surface is controlling her computer, but it's controlling her computer. So just a second, we'll get this straightened out here. Okay, do you know how to do it? Just go to Devices. Yeah, right there. And then just hit that and then hit Remove. Yep. There we go. Perfect. Okay, perfect. Well, give me a second here, guys. That's so weird. This is controlling your computer. Yeah. Give me a second. Brand new little tool for us, so we haven't quite figured it out. But that's okay. You guys paid $1. Just hang in there for us. Come on, baby. There's, I don't know if you guys know this, but I have a lot of patience. But I do not have patience for two things: incompetency and technology. Like, what is going on here? There we go. There we go. We got it. Okay. So here we go. So what we're talking about is we're talking about becoming a specialist, right? So if you're going to become a high-ticket salesperson, somebody who is really good at making a lot of money, I'm going to turn this brightness down a little bit so see if it's better for the thing. If you're going to do that, then you have to become a specialist, okay? Okay? A specialist. Can you guys see that on camera? Can they see that? Can you see that on camera? Does it look okay? What's that? Okay, can you see that on camera? You can see it? Okay, perfect. You have to become a specialist. Now, here's the thing. With a specialist, what specialists do is specialists come up here and they solve one problem. Hopefully they can see this. They solve one problem. How many problems? One problem. So what we're going to do is I'm going to show you how to create and craft your message so as a specialist you solve one problem, because you want to be able to get yourself to the point where you have very clear expectations of who you are. Remember what we said is one of the big issues with you and communicating your message is you don't know. You have a lack of clarity. So first, let's talk about this one problem. So I'm going to put you through what we call the perfect formula, okay? So when you understand your one problem, you're going to bring it down to what you call the big idea, okay? The big idea. What is the big idea? What's the big idea for what you and I are doing right now? We're high ticket. We're learning how to create a high ticket product. Now notice I'm not teaching you how to do Facebook ads. I'm not showing you the funnel. I'm teaching you one thing: how to create a high ticket product and then create inbound systems that help you sell 3 to 5 of them in 90 days. This is my big idea. This is my payoff. This is what I'm doing. And I'm going to go all in. I'm going to become a specialist at this particular process, okay? That's what we're going to do. So my big idea is high ticket. Then what I do is I come down and I create what's called the perfect formula. So it all starts with this. It all starts with a problem, okay? What problem do you solve? What one problem do you solve? See, one of the things some of you guys who are watching online, when you guys go and you create your businesses, you believe that the only way to add value is by solving a multitude of problems. And what you don't understand is when you solve a multitude of problems, you ultimately end up solving no problems because you can't get any traction. The reason is because you're trying to communicate 7, 8, 10, 12 big ideas, and you can't afford that. The amount of money that it costs to market multiple solutions is incredibly expensive. But you believe that you have to solve multiple things because you believe that your audience is going to be bigger, right? And if your audience is bigger, then the chances of you getting a client are a little easier. And what I'm telling you, I believe it's just the opposite of that. I believe that you're not trying to get everybody. You only want the people who have a problem that you solve. I'm going to show it to you here in this perfect formula. So let's look at the problem. So like what one problem do you solve, okay? What do you solve? Okay, and this is where you've got to communicate this one problem, okay? So this is one problem. Once you understand what problem you solve, okay, once you understand that, then you can come down here and then you can ask yourself this question, okay? The question is, can I learn a skill? I'll do it this way. Can I learn a skill? Can I learn a system? Or do I have a superpower? Okay, with the solution, okay? Can I learn or can I outsource a skill, a system, or a superpower that solves that problem? Okay? So you have to ask yourself the question, what skill do I have that solves that problem? Do I have one? If not, can I go learn one? Yes. If not, can I go find somebody that has that skill, and then can I hire them and outsource it? Does that make sense? You have to have that. Because at the end of the day, some of you guys look at people who make money in particular industries and particular businesses, and you understand how to hack, and you're like, oh, well, that person made money, shining shoes. Well, then I'm going to go make money shining shoes. But the problem is you don't know how to shine shoes. And all you're doing is you're looking at somebody else saying, well, if they made it, then I made it. And so what you're doing is you're mimicking a business practice, but you don't have the skill set to implement the practice, and you wonder why you don't get the same results as they did. The reason is because they said, I have a skill. They understand a skill, and so they know that they can solve a problem, okay? They know that they can solve it. So what one problem do you have, can you learn, or can you outsource a skill, a system, or a superpower to solve? Which one? How many? One, okay? People who make a lot of money, they solve a problem. Not 38 problems, they solve a problem. Now, if you want to solve 38 problems, there's nothing wrong with that. The problem is you can't charge a lot of money for it because you're a generalist, you're not a specialist. Specialists always make more money than generalists. We'll come back to that. Okay. The third one. So once you have a problem, you figure out the solution, then you come over here and you ask yourself this question. Okay? What kind of result can I get? What kind of result can I get for my client? So in other words, if their problem gets resolved using my solution, what result can I get them? Okay, what does it look like? This is called a result-based business. What I'm trying to help you do is I'm trying to help you create a results-based business. In Launch Accelerator, if you guys were ever to go to Launch Accelerator, which is a little bit lower of a coaching program, we don't do results-based businesses, we do strengths-based businesses. Okay? When you're first starting out and you don't have any money and you're just trying to do a little side hustle, what we do is we build you a strengths-based business, a business based upon your strength, so you can develop your skill, system, and superpower. Okay? And there's nothing wrong with that. But if you're going to sell high ticket, you got to move from skills-based business or strengths-based business over to a result-based business. Does this make sense? So let's look at this. A trade. Okay? Trades have problem-based businesses, right? You need carpet laid, you have a problem, they can come fix it. You've got a pipe leaks, whatever. If you have a trade, you have a problems-based business. Somebody has to have a problem, okay? And you can come in and you can solve that problem, okay? When you're just starting out, you have a skills-based or a solution-based or a strength-based business that says, okay, here's what I'm good at. Now I'm just going to go out and I'm going to do it and I'm going to attract clients. But high ticket does opposite. High ticket says, okay, Ross wants to create a 7-figure business. Can I learn? Can I outsource a skill set that helps Ross get the result that he wants? Now, based upon this, on this process, which one of these can you charge the most amount of money for? Huh? You can charge the most for result. Okay, so problem-based business. Okay, last week, you don't know this, but 2 days ago, my air conditioner went out in my kitchen. Do I have a problem? Yeah, I got a problem. Okay, so I called the guy and said, "Listen, dude, ASAP, I need to get I need you to hightail it over here. I got to get you my air conditioner fixed because I can't have a hot house in the middle of summer with all these people coming." Okay, so I had a problem. So what did he do? He came over, looked at my problem, and he says, "Okay, based upon labor, based upon parts, based upon this, you're going to pay this much money." And what did I say? I have a problem. Here it is. Okay, here it is. Problems are typically labor and part based. Okay. Strengths, solution-based, is typically hourly, is based upon time. How much time does it take you to solve it? Okay? How much time? Okay, I've got a couple gals that come here and clean my house. I pay them $50 an hour. They give me a bid of 3 hours. How much money do I pay them? $150. Why? Because they gave me an hour. What happens if it took them 5 hours? Then my bill's going to go up, right? So it's hourly based. So it fluctuates based upon how much time it takes, okay? But results is opposite. Result isn't problem-based, isn't solution-based. So what result is you can charge, okay, you can charge, what, you guys, we learned this yesterday. How much can I charge? 10 to 20% of whatever the result is. So if I can help you build a $1 million business, okay, then I can charge you $100K. Does that make sense? Yes. Okay, and so we know that results are 10 to 20%. 10 to 20% of the result is what I can do it. So then I'm going to come up here, and then I'm going to make them an offer. Okay, I'm going to make them an offer based upon the result. Okay, does that make sense? I'm not going to make them an offer based upon my skill. I'm going to make them an offer based upon the result. Okay, let's see if they can see green today. No?
Starting to show up though.
Okay. 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 So then I'm going to make them an offer based upon the result. Okay? Now, what kind of offer am I going to make them? A stupidly irresistible offer. So last night, we talked about the offer based upon the result. Okay? Now, here is, we're going to come then and we're going to say, okay, once I have an offer then, and I'm sorry this is messy, once I have an offer then, I'm going to come here and I'm going to find out who has the problem. Okay? Who has the problem? This is supposed to be a nice, pretty circle. I don't have no idea what the hell that thing is, but there you go. You get the idea, right? Okay? So here you go. So this is called the perfect formula. So this morning when we put our messaging together, it really all starts with this, okay? So what problem do you solve? Can you learn, can you outsource a solution to solve the problem? If so, what result can you get? Okay, once you understand that, make them an offer 10 to 20% based upon the result you can get, and then whoever has the problem, they will raise their hand and you can solve it, okay? And so I know that's really messy. It's supposed to be a nice, pretty circle, but hey, it is what it is, okay? How much did we pay for it? But how much is it worth? At least 10, right? If we 10x our investment, it's worth at least $10, okay? Come on. How many of you would say that the training so far has been worth at least $10? Okay. That's right. We're hoping to get up to 12 today. Here we go. Okay? Yeah, here we go. So do you guys understand this? You guys understand this? Okay. Did you say bring the whole thing down?
Oh, that's okay.
Yeah. Okay. So let me save this. Let me save this here so I can.
Can you move real quick?
I sure can. People are like, hey, dude, can you move real quick? Oh, I didn't say that. Can you get that belly out of the way, please? That'd be really helpful. Okay, you guys got it?
Yeah, hold on, sorry. Get in there, Chad. Yeah, got it, perfect. Oh, wait, that is cute. Hang on. All right. Oh, no, better. You're gonna have to do that every time now.
Yeah. Who was that client? She had a client on today, and I came out to say hi to her. And I don't know. I don't want to call her an older lady, but she she had solid white hair, okay? And she was like, oh, you're just so cute. And I'm like, you're the guy in the suit. So it was pretty funny. Okay, hey, let me sign in real quick. Let me, I don't know how all this got. Oh, I know how it did. I know why. Because we turned the electricity off last night. I'm like, how did all this get messed up? Hang on there, folks. We got to sign in because you guys are going to want these screenshots. So I'm going to log in so you guys can get them, okay? If you guys pay close attention, you'll see all my credentials here. Here we go. We're almost there. Okay? And see, only Microsoft. See, Apple does everything really simple. Myco, it's a Microsoft. Mico. Micro. Okay, and then my password, you guys want to know it? See, it could be one of three. Let's see if it's that one. Could it be? Could it be? Could it be? We'll see, it's working. Let's see if it is. Hold on while we register the device. See, there we go. Only Microsoft, you have to start from the beginning every time, okay? There we go, done. Okay, signing you in, there we are. Now, let me come up here and let me save this. We're gonna post to Teams. Bam, come on, Radius Impact. Come on. General, come on, and post. There we go. So now we'll be able to get this to you guys a little bit later on. There we go, post it. Okay, you guys good? You guys good with that? Okay, so here we go. Clear canvas, there we go. So that is the perfect formula. So our messaging this morning starts with the perfect formula. That's the summary. Now what I want to do is I want to get to what I believe is some of the best teaching on messaging that exists, okay? In fact, I really want to put this in a book because I believe this is awesome. Let me tell you a little bit about this teaching that you're getting ready to get. So a couple years ago, many of you guys may know a marketer by the name of Liz Binney, okay? Liz, she's the face of ClickFunnels, so to speak, and I've always thought she was great. I loved her teachings and stuff, and I was trying to figure out a way to build some kind of relationship with her. And so we invited her to do a training in our Design Academy. She came in and did one. I did a podcast with her. And then I noticed that she was hosting a mastermind here in Phoenix. And so I reached out to her and said, hey, you're going to be in Phoenix. Hey, I'd love to get together with you and have a cup of coffee or something like that. And she writes back and says, hey, thanks so much. I'm going to be really surprised if this happens. She's like, everybody's wanting a little piece of me. I'm only in there for a few days. And she goes, but if I can make it happen, great. But don't hold your breath. It's probably not going to happen. Okay, no problem. So don't even think anything of it. And I'm at my house one day. I was actually driving Uber. This is back in the broke days. I was out driving Uber, and I get a direct message from her saying, hey, what are you doing? I said, and I didn't tell her what I was doing. I said, oh, not much. What are you doing? She goes, what would you think about coming and picking me up from the airport? Done, right? Done. So I go, pull the Uber sticker off, I go and pick her up from the airport. And then Christy, her partner, was on a flight a little hour later, so we hung out and we just shot the breeze for an hour, picked up Christy, and then I took home to dinner. And so she goes, Chad, or however the people from New Zealand talk, she goes, in typical Liz fashion, she goes, take a few minutes and teach me something about like what you do. I said, okay. So I grabbed a napkin, and in 10 minutes, I taught her what I'm getting ready to teach you. And here was her reply. Her reply was like, that was really good. Who do you need to give credit to for that? I said, what do you mean? She goes, well, who'd you rip that off of? I was like, nobody. I was like, I just made that up. She goes, no. She goes, you read it in a book? Or I was like, no, I literally just made that up. And I told her the story how I made it up. I said, actually, well, what happened was I'd gone on a date with a girl, and about 6 minutes into the date, I realized this was going to be the worst date in the history of the world. And so I just told her, I was like, this is not really happening. And she goes, well, I Googled you and I found out that you're a business coach. She goes, maybe we just spend some time talking business. I said, okay. So we shifted it. We just started talking business. And the date ended. And the next morning, she calls me actually it was afternoon, she calls me, she goes, hey, I hate to bug you. She goes, but I was really fascinated by your conversation last night, and I have an event for realtors coming up this afternoon, and my speaker just bailed on me. Do you think you can just come and teach speakers or teach realtors how to sell with funnels? And I was like, yeah, when? She's like, well, this was like at, I don't know, whatever. She was like at 5 o'clock or whatever. So I'm like, okay, I got 2 hours. So I drive straight to the venue, and I'm sitting in the parking lot. I got about an hour before I go in. I have no idea what I'm going to say. So I literally just grabbed my notebook, and I just started writing, and I literally invented what I'm going to teach you up on the spot. Because here's how I did it, and this is how I want you to think. Okay, this is how you come up with stuff for high ticket. I just went to the perfect formula, which I didn't know at the time. I just went to that and said, okay, these realtors have a problem, right? What's the big problem that a realtor has? Okay, what's the biggest problem realtors have? Finding clients, okay? They have a problem finding clients. Then I said, okay, what's something that really bugs me about realtors? What do you think it was? Their marketing. Like they give you your card and their pictures on it, and then their logos on it, and then it's all about them. It's called ego marketing, okay? And then you go to the house, and it's a big, gigantic sign of them, right? It's all them, them, them. Look at me, look at me, look at me, look at me. And I noticed that I think somewhere along the line, they learned that marketing a realtor, you sort of got to just, it's all about you, and that's how you're going to stand out in a noisy world. And I was like, you know, what they don't really understand, and once again, I'm not a realtor, so I don't know if this is true or not, but what they don't really understand is that they've got to move from marketing themselves to marketing the client. And here's why. The reason why is, well, hold on, let me finish the story and then I'll come back to this. And so I went in and I came up with this little process, a little logical and linear process to help realtors get results. I took it, it was such a hit, like people loved it. I went back and I taught it the next day at my coaching, in my little group coaching program, and people were like, oh my God, that's awesome, awesome, awesome. So I perfected it a little bit. So now, fast forward, we're at dinner with Liz, and I'm like, here it is, Liz. And she goes, oh my God, here's what she says. She says, that's literally the single greatest marketing teaching I've ever heard. I was like, what? She's like, really? She goes, what are you doing tomorrow? She goes, never mind. She goes, whatever you're doing tomorrow, can you cancel it? I said, okay, why? She goes, because I have my high-end mastermind. It's her ultimates. These people pay 40 grand to be in a program. And she goes, we have our mastermind tomorrow, and you're teaching my people that. I was like, really? And so that was the first time that I started to understand that what we're going to show you here makes a lot of sense, okay? And it's really good. Other people have seen this, and they're like, wow, 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 wow. Why are they saying wow? It has nothing to do with the teaching. It has to do with the methodology you're getting ready to learn. So there's 2 principles I want you to learn, and then we're going to jump into the 12th step. If you guys are watching this online, you've got to focus. Hero. Okay, ego. Let's do this. Versus hero, okay? Now, what is ego, okay? Ego here, I'm going to try to make this bigger so the people in line can see this, okay? Ego versus hero, okay? Ego is all about me. Ego is all about me. Hero is all about them, okay? So, when I'm doing marketing, I have a choice. Do I make it about me or do I make it about them? Do I make it about me or do I make it about them? The other day I was talking with a gal, we were trying to do some branding for her, and we were coming up, colors are pink and purple, so I want to use pink and purple. And I said, can I just be a horse's rear end right now? And she goes, yeah. I said, who cares what your favorite colors are? Who cares? What you want to find out is what would translate to them, right? See, so many of us are building businesses around us. And you have to realize that businesses are around them. Ego marketing, and let me make it all about me. And we're like, no. It's all about them. Now, we're gonna talk tomorrow about becoming a reluctant hero, but it's all about them. So the messaging has got to be about them, okay? So when we start this, where do you think we're gonna start? Do you think we're gonna start here? Or do you think we're going to start here? We're going to start here, okay? So let's look at this, okay? So this is called the 12-step strategic operation process, okay? This is the heart of Cavu coaching, okay, right here. Okay, number 1, by the way, for those of you who are watching online, after lunch today, I'm going to give you guys an opportunity to come and be a part of CAVU. Okay? So I want you to stick around for that. I'm going to talk to you about it. We're going to make a special offer right after lunch. Okay? And so I want you guys to be around for that. I'm going to give you a pitch. Okay? Tomorrow, I'm going to give you a pitch for our Launch Accelerator program. Okay? And then Sunday, I'm going to give you a pitch for our Training 14 program. Okay? So you're going to get 3 pitches over the next 3 days. There's no weird scarcity. There's no weird urgency. I'm not going to put undue pressure on you. Okay? Because I only want to work with people that want to work with me, okay? So today we're going to tell you about CAVU, tomorrow we're going to tell you about Launch Accelerator, and Sunday we're going to tell you about Training 14, okay? You guys got it? Okay, so stick around, okay? So number 1, this is the strategic operation process, okay? So number 1, this is person. I'm going to do more training on this level right here than I am the rest of them because this is masterfully important. Now, remember what we're trying to do. Your messaging is what matters. What I'm trying to help you build right now is your messaging around high ticket. If you get your messaging right, everything else is right, okay? Your messaging has to be right. So what I want you to do is I want you to, under person, I want you to come here and we're going to draw some boxes, okay? We're going to draw some boxes. Let me see if I can make this happen. This is supposed to work, okay? So what we're going to do is we're going to draw box number 1, okay? Oh, look at this. Oh, come on, people. There, perfect. Perfect, okay, look at that. See, can you guys draw perfectly straight lines? Okay, okay, perfect. In this box, okay, the first thing we're going to do, and hopefully we can see this is the who right here. Okay, who are we talking to? Okay, who are we talking to? Okay, so my target audience, my perfect client, okay, is a speaker, a coach, a consultant, an author, or an agency owner. Those are the 5 types of people that I typically work with that get great results with me. Okay, so we want to call them out by name right here. Who is it you're going to work with? So messaging attracts the perfect client, okay? So when we start with who, everything else that we're going to do is designed to grab them and bring them with you, okay? So if Ross is my perfect client, your messaging should call him out by name. I should grab him by the arm and say, come on with a little journey with me, and I should bring him through my messaging journey, and at the end of it, what is the result? He's opened up his wallet, he's pulled out his credit card, and he's paid me. Does that make sense? And that's what we want, right? That's the point of messaging. Why have a message if it doesn't end with money, right? I mean, at the end of the day, we all want to get paid, right? Yes. So, but the problem is so many of us, we flip it and we start with money. And we say, oh, I got to make a sale, right? Okay? You guys can talk with Jessica Yarborough. Jessica used to be my favorite because I would always get on her and I would say, will you stop worrying about money? Stop! And Jessica will tell you, I can get a little heated sometime, okay? I said, stop worrying about money. Because when you worry about money, you become desperate. You get on that phone and all you're trying to do is make a sale. Instead of doing this, who's my ideal client? Okay, guys, hang on, because I'm getting ready to solve your problem. Okay, so it starts with this. The next one, I hope that you guys can see this. I'll go black just so you can. Okay, the next one then is I'm going to go red. Crystal, make sure tell me if they can see it. Okay, this is what? Oh, look at this. It even expands. What?
Oh my God. It's really good.
Are you serious? Look at that. So it's what and why, okay? What and why. Who are you talking to? What are they trying to do? And why are they trying to do it, okay? This is so important. Now, who, what, and why. Now, the what is important because when you begin creating messaging for your high ticket, you have to ask, what is it that they are trying to do, okay? And this has got to be very practical because this is where the story comes in. You've heard of hook, story, offer. Well, this is the story part right here, okay? So if I just say, hi, are you a speaker, pastor, coach, consultant, and author, and you're trying to create a 7-figure coaching business? Okay, does that check those 2 boxes off? Yes, it does. And what it does is it begins to pique curiosity. But I want to be able to dig in a little bit more, okay? So then what we do is we go to why. Why do you want to create a 7-figure coaching business? Okay, why? What's the point? Okay, why is somebody wanting to do that? And so this is where you can dive in, and the better you dive in, the more you hook them right here, the more chances are that Velcro is going to stick and they're going to carry you on with the journey. So you have to understand, like, okay, who am I trying to reach? What are they trying to do? And why are they trying to do it? Okay? Simon Sinek says, start with why. I say, no, start with who. Okay? Connect with why. But most of us, if we're honest, this whole why stuff that we talk about is like woo-woo. And no offense, I don't wake up in the morning, listen to me, I don't wake up in the morning and say, oh my gosh, how can I buy Archer a cooler PS4? I just want to go buy a really cool car so my kids can. Kids really aren't my why. Kids are my life, but I don't exist for my kids because I only got 10 years left on this earth if I do. Because I'm going to be an empty nester in 10 years. Kids aren't my why. My why ultimately is my legacy. Like, what do I want to leave behind? What kind of impact do I want to make in this world? What do I want to do every day? You only get one shot at this thing. I don't want to go to 9 to 5. And so what I've learned is why is really about values. Okay, what do they value? Okay, so me, I value freedom. I value flexibility. Those are things that I value. So I can't go work a job. Do you know, good God, I feel sorry for the person who's got to be my boss. Oh my God. I would hate that. I would question I would be to my boss as my 15-year-old is to me. I'd be like, bruh, right? That's exactly what I'd be doing. I'd be terrible, right? I'd be awful, okay? I couldn't imagine that, right? So in your story, as you write this, you've got to spend some time with who do you want to work with, what, and why. Then the second part is this, okay, so if we're trying to figure out what is it they're trying to do, then we have to ask ourselves, okay, what obstacles, God, that is so awesome. This is flexibility at its finest right here, okay? What obstacles are keeping them from fulfilling what it is they want to do? And these are practical, simple, don't overthink this, okay? Don't overthink this. Simple is better, okay? The best messaging is simple, not complex, okay? Just what obstacles? What are 3 or 4 or 5 things that are keeping them from doing it, right? Okay, so right now an obstacle for me is COVID, right? I want 50 people in this room. I can't have 50 people in this room. Okay, so we got 70 online, okay? What obstacles? Other issues is like sometimes it's money, or sometimes it's time, or maybe they're stuck in a 9-to-5 job. Maybe they're in a relationship where their significant other doesn't help and is sort of ridiculing them and speaking down to them. And well, like, what are the obstacles? Okay, but you really want to get super practical. So don't even take the husband thing or whatever, of the wife thing. Just go really practical. Like what are some problems, honestly, some obstacles that are stopping them? Minor ones. Okay? Then you're going to move and you're going to future pace them. You're going to say, okay, well, hold on. Okay? What does life look like if they do what it is they want to do? So if they actually accomplish this, what does life look like? And you have to be able to speak future to them. Okay, the reason is because you and I both sell the same product. Okay? What product do we sell? We all sell the same thing. What do we sell? Huh? I can't hear you, hon. Well, maybe. You may get in prison for that, but that's a whole different thing, okay? Yeah. What do you sell? Coaching? Oh, no. What do you sell? Huh? No. No. Hope. You sell hope. At the end of the day, you and I sell the same product. It's hope. You pay me $36,000. Why? Because you're hoping I can help you create a 7-figure business, right? We all sell hope. Hope is futuristic. Okay, they say that you can go 40 days without food, 4 minutes or 5 minutes without air. You can't go 1 second without hope. Okay? You have to have hope. Okay? Hope floats. I always tell people. Okay? If you're down and you stay down, you drown. Right? But hope floats. Hope is what picks you up. Hope is what makes you buoyant. Okay, hope is what gets you out of bed in the morning. Okay, and you and I sell that. This is what we sell. So what we're doing is you've got to get out of the practical here, and you got to sell some hope here. You have to paint a hopeful future. What does life look like? Okay, if you do this. And the nice thing is you want your future pace and your why to be connected. Okay, then you're going to piss them off. Okay, now you're going to piss them off. And this one, then we're going to remind them of what alternative vehicles they've used, in order to accomplish what they were hoping to get accomplished. So what else did they try, right? So if they were trying to lose weight, chances are they tried Jenny Craig or Weight Watchers or this or that or this shake or that shake, whatever, okay? If they tried to make money, maybe they've tried to start their own business before. Maybe they've done multi-level marketing. Maybe they, whatever, got some advice from Guido. I don't know, whatever. They did something, but what alternative vehicles did they use? So what you're going to do is in your message, as you write this, the reason why we're spending so much time on the person is because we all tune into the radio station WII-FM, right? What's in it for me? Okay? And so you have to understand that if they're asking the question, what's in it for me, you've got the responsibility then right here at the beginning to call them out and then tell them through story right here, this is what you're trying to do. Right here, this is what you're trying to do. And at the person, if you can figure this out right at the beginning, if you can figure it out, then life gets really easy for you. If you can't figure this out, if you don't know how to communicate this and you can't figure it out, then you're always going to struggle. But when you have a message that resonates with people like this, and this is just step 1 of 12, if you have a message that resonates with them, they lean in and they listen. So what happened when I was at that dinner with Liz Benny and I began communicating a message to her, she leaned in. She listened to everything that I said. And when I got her attention right there at the beginning, it elevated me as an expert. She invited me to speak at her event. Her and I have been great friends ever since. Plenty of doors have opened because of that little napkin conversation we had at the dinner table that night. Well, this is what happens with your clients when you communicate and you begin speaking their language, okay? Great things happen, okay? So let me see if I can fix this, okay? Great things happen. I don't know if I can get this or not. There we go, person. And we'll just redraw the dot, okay? So the first one is person. You guys with me?
Yes.
Everybody with me? Okay. So from here then, we're going to go over, to the second one, which is problem. Problem. Now these problems, these are practical problems, okay? These are practical. Okay? These are simple, practical problems. What are some examples of practical problems? Okay, so I want you to think about in your business what you're selling and think about 2 or 3 practical problems that your clients may have, okay? If you guys are watching online, I want you guys to communicate to me in the chat room what are 2 or 3 practical problems that your audience may have that your product ultimately will solve. So what are some of those practical problems, okay? Who's got one?
Wearing too many hats.
Wearing too many hats, okay? What else? It's a practical problem they have.
Lack of time.
Lack of time. What else? Money. What else? Knowledge. Yeah. In fact, those 3 are actually the only problems people ever have. People only have 3 problems. They have time, they have money, they have know-how. It's the only problems anybody ever has. Every other problem that you have can fit into one of those 3 categories. Okay, but you can't just say time, money, know-how. You have to figure out, okay, what kind of time problems do they have? Do they need more? Do they not have it? Can you save it? Can you give it, right? That's how it goes. So it's like a up, down, left, right. Okay, money. Can you make them some? Can you save them some? Right? Can you get them? Like, you follow me. You get the idea, right? People only have time, money, know-how problems. So you got to be able to communicate what practical problems do people have. And this is simple, okay? These are simple problems. A practical problem could be, I don't know how to use ClickFunnels. A practical problem could be, I don't know how to run ads. A practical problem could be I'm terrible at English and I don't know how to write copy. A practical problem could be I don't know how to set up an LLC. Those are practical problems, little simple things, okay? They're not really simple, but they're practical, okay? There's something you can do that's practical. Here's the thing. If those problems persist, what happens is then it manifests itself, okay? And the way it manifests itself is through this little thing called pain. Through a little thing called pain. Pain is money. When people have pain, they pay to get it resolved. Let me give you an example. You guys may have heard my little chiropractor story before, but a few years ago, I used to have really bad back problems, okay? I'm blessed, my back gets a little tender now, but I don't have the problems that I used to have. But I used to have really bad problems. And we were in our other house, and it was a 2-story home. That's the reason why I'm only in a 1-story right now, because I hate doing stairs. And we're in a 2-story home, and it was late at night. I'm walking up to bed, and right before I hit the top stair, my back went out. Have you guys ever had your back go out?
Yes.
Oh, my God. No fun. It went out. Like literally to the point where this 40-something-year-old man was in tears. And I had a tall bed, okay? I just got a brand new bed, and it was relatively tall, and it took forever to get in bed. But I don't know about you, but I had hired somebody to help me design my room, and she had purchased like 12 pillows. What's the point of that? I never understood that. Like, you couldn't even see the bed. It was just like pillow. It was like whatever. But she had purchased like 12 pillows, and so I literally pushed a couple out of the way. I got in bed, and I'm laying down, and I can't move. And about 3 o'clock in the morning, I had to pee. And I'm like, oh, my God. Like, really? Come on, God. Are you serious right now? And so I was trying to figure out how to get out of bed. And I was so paralyzed, I couldn't move. So I took all those pillows that this chick bought, and I threw them on the ground, and it made like this big, gigantic landing pad. And I got myself to the point where I'm rolling, and I just like, boom, boom, and I roll, I get out of bed. And I'm on these pillows, and I'm like, oh, my gosh. And I'm telling you, it's about ready to come out. And I'm like, I am not going to mess myself. So I literally, like a snake, are on my hands and my elbows, and I got wooden floors, and I'm like literally pulling myself through the room, and I get myself to the bathroom. I try to pull myself up to the toilet. I rip the toilet paper thing right off the wall. I like rip it off the wall. I grab the ceramic little plate on top to try to grab it. It falls down and cracks in half. I'm like, oh my God. But I finally get on the toilet and rescue myself. Uh-oh. Now I got to get up, right? Everything's broken. I don't know how I'm going to get up. I reach out to grab the doorknob, but I can't do it. So I start calling my kids, and they're dead to the world. Okay? I'm like, yeah, I think I gave them too much melatonin that night. I have no idea. Okay? So they're dead to the world. And at 7 o'clock in the morning, my little archer comes in and sees me, and I am sound asleep like this. I mean, I'm out on the toilet, okay? I don't know if you've ever done that before, but when you get up, you get a big old hickey right here. I don't know if you've ever had an ass hickey before, but they do not feel good, okay? They don't. They hurt a lot, okay? And so I had a big old ass hickey, and my little son's trying to help me up. He goes, gets Jada, he goes, gets Olivia, and my 3 kids, they were little at the time. They were 3, 5, and 10, and they're trying to pull me up, and they can't get me up. So they call my sister, Debbie. Debbie comes and sees me, okay, and she's laughing her head off. I mean, she can't stop laughing. She finally gets me up and is like, okay, pulls me off the toilet, gets me up, and she very gingerly walks me down the stairs. Now, growing up, chiropractors were the devil. Okay? We didn't believe in any type of medicine or anything like that. And so I never went to a chiropractor. I always heard they were evil, they mess you up or whatever. And so because of that, I was very cynical. But my sister was like, you're going to the chiropractor. You're going. So she walks me to the car. She gets me to the chiropractor. I go in. Guy gets me on the table. He takes an x-ray, and he comes back, and here's what he says. He goes, how are you walking right now? I was like, dude, I'm not. He goes, your back is dislocated. I was like, what? I don't know if it happened before or did when I fell. I have no idea. But he goes, your back is literally dislocated. I said, dude, like at 3 o'clock in the morning, I had to use the bathroom. He goes, let me guess. He goes, you crawled to the toilet on your stomach. I'm like, heck yeah. And once he told me that, watch what happened. I said, dude, just get me fixed. I stopped, vetted him. Here's what happens. He told me my pain. before I told him my pain, and I elevated him as an expert. I stopped vetting him, and I paid him money. Now listen to that. You guys need to tune into this. As a marketer, when you can communicate to people their pain before they communicate to you their pain, they assume you are an expert, they elevate you, they stop vetting you, you don't need any more testimonials, they pull out their wallet, and they pay you. It happens every time. Every time. The other day, we were in the studio, and over on my right, your left, we've got this wall, and we were trying to hang some curtains. And I don't know if you guys know anything, but I'm relatively handy, okay? But I sort of hate it. And I have no tools. Like, my tools are, like, awful, okay? They're awful. And I got this little, like, $7 drill that I think, I don't know, it was like a toy drill or whatever. Had a little 2-foot plug on it, okay? It wasn't even wireless. It was pathetic. And we're trying to do this thing, and I'm using, like, really bad stuff. And Bobby, who will be here a little bit later, walks in, and he's like, what are you doing? And I'm like telling him, he's like, dude, I could do that in 3 minutes. I'm like, well, I've been at it for 3 hours, okay? So if you think you can do it, and so then he starts telling me, and he's telling me what my problem is, and then he goes and he tells me like my frustration, why I'm having this frustration. And I just said, here, dude, you do it. What did I do? He told me what was happening. He told me my frustration, so I automatically vetted him as an expert, and I let him do the job. See, this is where you guys have to be in your messaging. One of the reasons why you're not real clear and you can't charge a lot of money is you don't have clarity on what you're trying to do, and you don't know how to communicate this to your audience. Okay, so notice that up to this point, this is all about them. You have to be able to communicate their pain. Because problems are do-it-yourself. Pain is where they'll pay. Does this make sense?
Can you say that again?
Problems are do-it-yourself. You're going to try to fix your own problem. It's not until it manifests itself in pain where you're willing to just open up your checkbook and pay. Okay? Just like I was trying to fix my own back. I was trying to crack it on my own. I was trying to do all of that. The pain got too much. I finally said, I need help. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay? And this is where it's at. You've got to be able to communicate the pain. Now, these problems are not, or the pain is not practical. The pain is emotional. The pain is emotional. So what you're going to do is you're going to come over here, and I want you to bullet point 7 of them. Okay? You're going to bullet point 7 pain points. You'll see why 7 later. Okay? But in your exercise today, you're going to come over here. You're going to talk about practical problems. You're going to list these. Okay, sure. Okay? But this is where the money is. Okay? So what I want you to do is I want you to list 7 pain points that they have. You're going to need this a little bit later on. So this is why you're going to do that. Okay? So the first one is person, second is problem, third is pain. What time is it?
10:05.
What time we break at 11?
Lunch is at noon.
We'll break at 10:30, and we'll come back, and then we'll take a 15-minute break at 10:30, and then we'll go 10:45 to noon. Is that okay? Okay. So person, problem, pain. Okay? Now, I'm going to end with this one before we take a break. Okay? Tune me in, because now it's all about you. Okay? Now it's all about you. Here we go. So pain, now we're going to come down to this level here. Oops. We're going to come down to this level here. Okay? And this is position. This is position. Okay, this is position. Now the position is, so here's the person. Here's their problem. Here's their pain. Now you come down to position. Now the position follows a little formula, okay? So it starts with the personal value proposition, okay? So I'm gonna try to see if I can do this little thing. So it starts with see if I can make this happen. Perfect. Okay, so this is, oops. Ah, perfect. Beautiful. Okay, so it starts with a personal value proposition. Now, what is the personal value proposition? The personal value proposition, if you ever come to a CAVU training or you ever come to our coaching, this is one of the first things we do. Okay, it's like this. Okay, I am. I help. Do or learn so that. Okay? So we come in here and we say, with a personal value proposition, hi, I'm Chad Thibodeaux. I'm a business coach and launch strategist. I help speakers, pastors, coaches, consultants, and authors learn how to take their idea and turn it into a business into an automated marketing machine so that they can, whatever so that is, okay? And so this is my personal value proposition. So here, it starts with your personal value proposition. Then it goes to credibility, credibility and authority, okay? Credibility and authority. Okay? Credibility is what other people say about you, okay? When Liz Benny gives me an endorsement, or Russell Brunson gives me an endorsement, or Dan Henry gives me an endorsement, that's credibility. When my clients say, well, Chad is this, that's credibility. Authority is my ability to master the topic, okay? So I'm an authority. Like, what am I an authority on? I'm an authority in funnels. I'm a ClickFunnels top 6 designer. There's not many people in this world that know funnels better than me. There's some, but not many. I would probably be a top 1,000 funnel builder in the world, would be my guess, okay? I'm an authority in funnels. High ticket, okay? I'm an authority in high ticket. I'm an authority in events, okay? Small events. Okay, I'm an authority in that space, okay? Why? Because I've mastered, or I'm in the process of mastering the content, okay? I don't use notes when I speak, okay? It comes from an abundance of overflow. It comes from just doing it over and over and over again, okay? And so this is your authority or your expertise on it, okay? Authority is like when somebody wants you to speak on a topic, you're going to speak on what you know the best, right? And so, when I go speak, people invite me to do summits, and there for a while I stopped doing them, because I was just getting bombarded, and I'm at the point now where I'm like, okay, I think I can start doing them again. But I teach on the give method, how to give all your stuff away and get paid for it. I teach on events, the 5 types of events that you can turn into 6 figures in a weekend. I speak on high ticket. I speak on my 7-step pointer system. I speak on launching, right? There's 5 or 6 things that I've become an authority on. I've taught enough, I've coached enough, I'm an authority on this particular space. So what I do is when I communicate my position, I don't know what's happening here, but when I communicate my position, look at that. When I communicate my position, okay, I'm going to start with authority or credibility. I'm going to come up with statements, okay? So I say things like this, okay? Hi, everybody. I'm Chad Thibodeaux. I'm a business coach and launch strategist, and I help speakers, pastors, coaches, consultants take their idea and turn it into business automated marketing machine, okay? I've been privileged. Now I'm going to go to my authority and credibility statements. I've been privileged to be named by Russell Brunson as a ClickFunnels top 6 designer. I've coached over 3,200 people in 54 countries around the world. I built funnels for people like Liz Benny, Dan Henry, Tony Robbins, Russell Brunson, okay? I have two Comma Club awards. I have whatever, right? So I'm going to just go through some credibility and authority statements, right? Okay? Then I'm going to move here, and then I'm going to say, but, okay? It hasn't always been that way, okay? But it hasn't always been that way. I'm going to move into my origin story, okay? I'm going to move into my origin story. For me, my origin story, I'm just going to give you guys my origin story. You guys okay with that? Yeah. Because I'm trying to help you guys with this, okay? Most of you guys have heard this before, but I'll give it to you again. August 11th, 2017 was a day from hell. I remember sitting at my computer doing a little bit of work, and my ex-wife calls me. Now, up until this point, my ex-wife and I have had an incredible relationship. Good friends, we co-parent incredibly well. We decided we had a crappy marriage. Why give our kids a crappy post-marriage? Let's let bygones be bygones, care for each other, love each other. So when I picked up the phone and the first words out of her mouth were, F you, mother effer, I knew something was up, okay? I'm like, what in the world? Now you have to understand my mindset at this time. My mindset was I was stone broke. Everything I had done had been successful for my clients, had been failure for me. I was negative in my bank account, and in my right pocket, I had $11 cash. That's all I had to my name. And then she goes on to tell me that the one thing that we had, which we co-owned a home in South Carolina, the sheriff just gave our tenants an eviction notice, gave them 30 days to get out, because the bank was foreclosing upon our home. I said, how can that be? Like, we have a third-party organization that takes the money, puts the money in the bank, pays the mortgage, whatever. Well, what happened was they had not paid rent in 5 months, and our property management company never notified us. So our mortgage was 5 months in the rears. And you know what happens when after the 90 days they start the process, and we weren't replying because we weren't getting the mail. It was going to them, and they weren't doing anything with us. And they're letting me know that my house is being foreclosed on. You talk about a sucker punch. I didn't know what to do. I was really frustrated. And then she, in closing, after this swear-laced tyrant that she was on, because apparently it was all my fault, she reminded me that night that I had promised Olivia, my daughter, you guys know Olivia, that I would take her skating because they had a back-to-school skating party that night. I'm like, oh, crap. So I go to the refrigerator, pull the little flyer down, and it was only $5. I'm like, okay, we can do this. So I said, you know, this is stupid. I said, it's been a really crappy day for me. Lots of negative things have happened, but it's not my daughter's fault. It's not my daughter's fault. I'm gonna give my daughter the best daddy-daughter date night ever. We're just gonna go have fun. We're gonna just live high on the hog and pretend like, you know, we're millionaires. So I go pick up Olivia. We take her to the skate rink, and she's so excited. She's got her hair up in curls, got a little favorite purple shirt on. We walk in, and the lady goes, that'll be $10, please. I said, oh, no, ma'am. I said, the flyer says it's $5. Remember, I only got 11 in my pocket. She goes, the flyer says it's $5. And she goes, no, it's $5 for you and $5 for her. I said, and I put on my little Italian charm and said, oh, no. You know, I won't be skating tonight, you know. And she goes, oh, that doesn't matter. If you're going to come in, it's $5. I was like, why? And now I'm getting a little heated. And then I literally leaned on every ounce of education that I have. I'm like, I have 2 master's degrees, one of them in communication. Doggone it, I'm winning this argument. This little girl was 16 years old in a referee shirt, miniskirt, and rollerblades and little pigtails. If I can't win this, something's wrong. So I used every ounce of communication and negotiation skills that I had, and dang it, I won. That's right, I won. But I wasn't happy that I won. I actually felt like a loser because she actually had more money than I did. I go in and we get my daughter's little skates, and she sees her friends that got these little glow-in-the-dark necklaces, and she goes, Daddy, can I have one of those? I'm like, well, let's find out how much they are, baby. And we looked, they were $3. I'm like, heck yeah, baby. And man, I pulled out $3 out of my pocket like I was like Daddy's, you know, Wahlberg, whatever his name is. I start throwing that money down. And she's fine. We're going to have a great night tonight. So she gets on the skating rink, and she does like what most anybody else does the first time they go skating. And she takes a couple steps, and she falls flat on her face. She starts crying. So Daddy to the rescue. I go out there, and I pick her up, and I hold her. I'm like, it's going to be okay, baby. And she looks over, and she sees this little girl. She's got like this little white thing. It's called a skate mate. It's like a little white walker that helps you skate. It's got this white walker with wheels on one side and like little tennis balls on the other, and you can just use it to go skating. And she goes, Daddy, can I have one? I said, well, let's find out how much they are, baby. And I went over, and they were $5. I didn't have $5. And I remember standing on the skating rink, literally with tears coming down her eyes and tears coming down my eyes. As a 40-something-year-old man, I had to look at my daughter and just admit to her that Daddy was broke. I don't have the money to do that. I'm sorry, baby. I've told the story millions of times, and every time it just sort of gets me emotional because I just remember that look in her eye. And she was so kind and so gracious. It's okay, Daddy. We'll still have fun anyway. But I just remember, like, you're a screw-up, dude. Like, how did you get yourself in a position where you're 40-something years old, you're so broke you can't even eat, you're taking your kids to the dollar store to buy groceries? What the hell? And I knew something had to change. And it was at that moment that I was like, I either got to go get a job or I got to change something in my life. And so I made a decision that night to make a change. The next morning, I had just got named to ClickFunnels Top 30 Designer because I built all these funnels for clients that made all them money and I didn't make any money. And so I get on an airplane, I fly to Boise. Now, when you talk about getting on an airplane, I didn't have money to get on an airplane. Okay, but I had done Isogenics about a year before, and I had forgot they'd give me a prepaid credit card that had $500 on it. And I used that money to get to Boise. But I was so broke, I couldn't even afford an Airbnb, a real one. And so I found one that was $20 a night, and it was this girl, she's still a friend of mine on Facebook. Her name's Chelsea. Chelsea was renting out a bed in her room. I'm like, let's do it. It's $20 a night. But what she didn't tell me was it was like a little IKEA futon. And this thing was like 5 feet wide. I'm like, oh my gosh. And Chelsea was like, well, you know, and she was broke. She needed the money. That's why she was doing it. She was like, well, if you promise not to put a move on me, you can sleep in my bed. So I'm like, okay. So here we are. So here I am, stone broke, 40-something years old. I got like a 20-year-old blonde girl here. I'm in bed here, like, okay, resist the urge, trying to sleep in this. And I go the next day, and we build funnels for Russell Brunson. And I built a funnel, and Russell Brunson looks over my shoulder, and he's like, that's really good, but man, we're building on ClickFunnels. I said, well, that is ClickFunnels. And he goes, no, that's not ClickFunnels. You can't do that in ClickFunnels. I was like, yes, Mr. Invented ClickFunnels. You can do that in ClickFunnels. And he looked at it and he was like, oh my gosh. And he gave me a quote that I still use this day. He goes, man, you can build funnels for me any day. I said, thank you, really appreciate that. So we had 30 people from around the world, 30 of the best designers in the world. We built several hundred funnels for Russell Brunson and ClickFunnels. And he looked through all the designs and he selected 6 of them, and he selected 2 of my funnels to be in the top 6, which I was like really awesome. So that's why we got the global worldwide award for being a top 6 funnel designer. But there's a problem with that. I hate building funnels. And I remember sitting there, I go back to the Airbnb with Chelsea, and Chelsea was great. I was a little sick, and she made me like what she calls gypsy tea, which is like water with like essential oil in it and stuff like that, and honey, and I'm like, God, is she gonna start doing like, you know, seances around me, like whatever. She like blessed the room with sage, and I was like, oh my gosh. And so I told her about my day, and she was sweet. It was like she was like a little wife. She was so cute. She goes, oh, today must be like one of the greatest days of your life. And I said, no. I said, not really. I said, not really. I said, I actually got an award today from a man that I admire and respect a lot. I was like, but is the rest of my life going to be stuck behind a computer? Like, I don't want that. And then she asked me a question that still resonates with me today. She goes, well, what do you want to do? What do you want to do? And then she sort of insulted me. She goes, I mean, you're on the second half of your life now. Thank you. She goes, what do you want to do? And I said, I don't know. So I was really frustrated. I was holding back the tears, and I go into our bedroom. And I grab a yellow piece of paper, and I don't know what overcame me. I don't know what it was, but I did a little exercise that I want to show you. Okay? I just took a piece of paper, and I did this. Okay? I drew 3 lines. Okay? On the left, I put an R. On the middle, I put a T. And on the right here, I put top 5. Okay? And resume was, what have I ever done for a living? Okay? And I just wrote out every job. And I was really disappointed because I was 41 years old and I had 23 jobs in my life. That was a little sad and disappointing. Okay? Okay, considering that you don't work till you're 16, okay, or 18, okay? So I'd written out every job that I had. And then I did the painstaking task of writing out every task that I had ever done at any of these jobs. This was several hundred things, okay, pages. I still have this notebook, okay? I should like display this somewhere because this ultimately changed my life, okay, this piece of paper. And then I took a highlighter. Oh, look, I got a highlighter. I took a highlighter. That sucks. There we go. I took a highlighter and I started highlighting the ones that I liked, okay? The task that I did at my jobs that I liked, okay? And then for whatever reason, well, I do know why, I made myself bring 5 over. And the reason why I had to bring 5 over is because I had just done the Clifton Strengths Finder, where you find out your 5 strengths. I said, well, if they tell you your top 5, maybe I can do it. So I forced myself to take the 5 things that I had ever done and put them here, and I listed 5, okay? And I listed 5 right here. And I said, crap. You see, because I used to work in the church world, right? I used to be a pastor, and I'm divorced, so I can't go back and do that anymore. And so the problem was these things right here, the 5 things that I love doing, speaking, teaching, coaching, team building, video, where did I do those at? In the church world. What can't I do anymore? Church world, right? And so I'm like, crap, whatever. And this is what changed my life. And this is all part of my origin story. I don't go in this much detail, but we have a little time, so I'm going to, okay? So what I realized was my identity was in what I do, okay? What I do. Okay, this was my identity. It was stuck in what I do. But when I noticed that these 5 things here, I had an epiphany that night laying in Chelsea's bed, okay? I had an epiphany that night that says, well, wait a second. Are pastors the only people that ever teach? Are pastors the only ones that ever do video? No. And I realized that as long as I'm doing one of these 5 things, it doesn't matter what industry I'm in, I'm going to be happy. And I realized that these things is what I am. Okay? And I realized that for too long I've been putting my identity in what I do, not who I am. And I realized that night I'm a human being, not a human doing. And so I said, okay, as long as I'm doing speaking and coaching and video and inspiring people and team building, as long as I'm doing that, I can do it in whatever. And I realized that night that job was just simply a vehicle. It was just simply a vehicle that I used to make money. Okay, that was it. Okay? It was a vehicle that I used to make money. And the vehicle, whether it be church world, whether it be funnels, whatever, this can change. And what I realized was up to this point, I had felt like I was a failure because I failed at something that I did. And write this down. Part of my origin story, the reason why I do what I do, is because I realized that day that failure is an event, not a person. Failure is an event, not a person. Events, by default, are typically always in the past. You're at an event right now. Those of you watching online, you're at an event right now. But you're going to blink, and the event is going to be in the past. And that's where your failure belongs, is in your past. You have to let it go. You are not a failure. Your car may have died, so you go get a new car. Your vehicle of what you did may have died, so you go change it out. Some of you guys are in the position where you try things and you try things, you try things, and they don't work. You look at yourself in the mirror and you hate that person. You feel like I did when I was on that roller skating rink looking at my daughter with tears coming down my eyes. You feel like an utmost failure. At that particular point, you have 2 choices. You can become a victim and you can tell everybody how bad you have it. And you and I both know those people. How you doing? And then they tell you, and 38 minutes later, you really regret ever asking that question. And then there are plenty of people who just make a decision to rise above it. Let's go create a new vehicle. And so we did. And so part of my story was, if I would have never had my house threatened to foreclose on, if I never would have had that failing moment with my daughter on the skating rink, I probably wouldn't have gotten on a plane to go to Boise. I probably wouldn't have met 25-year-old Chelsea, slept in her bed with her, drank the gypsy tea, whatever else you put in that thing. I would have never done the exercise And it was that night in Chelsea's, that sounds really bad. It was that night in Chelsea's bed when I decided that I'm a coach. Not really, I'm a strategist and teacher, but I'm a coach. And that's the day the coaching program started. Had no idea what we were doing. No idea what we were doing. That was August. 2 months later, we met Liz Benny, gave her the 12-step process. She said, you got to do it. We launched our program, and then from October 1, which is when we started the coaching program, to the second week of February, which when we went to Funnel Hacking Live, we did $250,000 in revenue. Selling a coaching program that we invented in Idaho based upon who I am, not what I do. Okay? So my origin story, well, that's a really long way to do it. My origin story relates to people. Okay? But the next part is really big. Okay? It's okay to have a story, but along that way, here it is, I discovered something. Okay, I discovered something. So what is it that I discovered? Okay, what was my discovery? Okay, what was my discovery? Because in a minute here, we're going to come back and we're going to talk about the promise and the payoff. When we come back from break, we're going to talk about this. But here, on this journey, this is my discovery. I discovered some things along the way. And these things that I discovered is ultimately what I sell. And I'm going to show you how to take these and take your origin story and your discovery and turn them into products that you can sell, because at the end of the day, you're going to make your person a promise. You're going to say, hey, listen to me. And if you listen to me, I promise you that I'm going to help you create your very own small event between 12 and 24 people and profit 6 figures in a weekend. I'm going to help you create your own product between $10,000 and $25,000 and create systems that sell 3 to 5 of them in your first 90 days. Hey, listen to me. I'm going to help you take your idea and turn it into a business, and your business into an automated marketing machine in 28 days or less. Hey, listen to me. Come and join my Training 14 program, and I'm going to help you get launched and started and money in your bank in just 14 days. Hey, I want you to come to my entrepreneurial dinner, and I'm going to show you how to shed your failure and turn it into profit. You follow me? See, those are things that I teach, and those are things that I do, and I understand that those all have to do with payoffs, but every one of them is created because of something that I discovered right here. Does it make sense? So when you're writing out your message, okay, when you're writing out your message, you go to the person, you say, who are you? What are you trying to do? Why are you trying to do it? Here's what's stopping you. Future pays them. Here's what life looks like if it works, okay? But you know that. So you tried this, and you tried this, and you tried this, but it didn't work, and that's the problem, okay? And speaking of problems, you have this problem, this problem, this problem, this problem. And if it continues, then here's the problem you have. You have this, 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 and this, and here's 7 pain points, okay? Hi, everybody. I'm Chad Thibodeaux. I'm a business coach and launch strategist, and I go through my credibility, my authority, but it always hasn't been that way. Here's my August 11th story, and here's what I discovered. I discovered this and this and this and this, and I want to make you a promise, and I give the payoff. Does that make sense? Can you see how the story's flowing? Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to take a 15-minute break. If you guys are online, Crystal, if you can go to the timer, you remember how to do it? Right-click it, the timer. Nope, not that, just the timer. Just the timer, 2 over to the right there. Just right-click that. We're going to put 15 minutes on the clock. We'll be back here, and what we do is we're going to dive into the discovery, and we're going to help you guys write out your story a little bit more. Settings. Okay, and I hit play.
Oh, yeah.
And then you got to go here.
No, I mean, like,
Double click.
literally, like, God's,
Put it here.
every single thing
And
that's for you, that happens is still for your
Hit this.
greatest victory.
Yeah.
Like,
Click
no
play.
matter what, and I know it, like, I know
There
it,
you
like, I know it.
I will do it.
All right, guys, there we go. Now we have sound. Welcome back. I've done that, 3 times in a row now? You would think I would learn my lesson. So, all right, guys, well, welcome back from break. Hope you guys are refreshed. We're right in the middle of creating our messaging, right? Because messaging matters. And if you're going to attract the perfect clients, if you're going to attract people who bring you energy, people who bring you significance, people that you can get results for, and people who are ultimately going to pay you, well, you got to get your messaging right. So at the beginning of our of the last session, we started working on what we call the 12-step strategic operation process, or this 12-step marketing matrix. And we came over here and we all started with person, right? So we started with this idea right here, that we have to understand who it is we're talking with, okay? We have to understand who it is we're talking with. And then, ooh, look at that. We have to understand who it is, and we call them out. Who is it you want to work with, okay? And then we figure out what it is they're trying to do and why do they want to do it. And then we ask them what obstacles, or we tell them what obstacles they're facing that's keeping them from doing what they want to do. We future pace them and remind them what life would look like if they get done what they want to do. And then we piss them off by reminding them that they've tried stuff already and these alternative vehicles did not work. Then we come down to the problem. Okay, we come down to the problem. And we say, okay, here's the practical issues that you're facing. Maybe you don't have any money. Maybe you don't have any time. Maybe you don't have the know-how, etc. And if those problems persist, you're trying to fix them on your own. But if you don't get them fixed, then they manifest themselves emotionally. And we're going to come up with 5, 6, 7 different pain points. Here's what happens, okay? Some of you don't like who you see in the mirror. Some of you guys is taking a negative toll on your finances. Maybe it's put some crimps on your relationships, okay? Maybe you just always feel like a failure because everything you do turns to coal, and you look at your friends and neighbors and everything they do seems to turn to gold. Maybe you got some embarrassment. Maybe you can't spend the amount of time with your kids that you want to. Maybe you just dread driving, to work each and every day, and you feel like you're a prisoner. Even though you're making money, you don't have any significance. Whatever it is, you write those pain points. And then we come down to one of the most powerful components of our messaging, and that's our position. And we said that everything starts with our personal value proposition. You have to understand who you are, who you help, what you teach them, and what are the results that they get. Then you come down to credibility and your authority statements. What gives you the authority to stand on a stage or to sell your products? What is it? Like, why are you the right person for the job? Okay, and so this is going to sort of be blowing some smoke up your skirt, so to speak, and you say, well, hold on a second, but it hasn't always been that way, and you bring them back down and you do what's called your origin story. You tell the story of where you were, and then you're going to eventually take them to where you are now, and you're going to tell the story of how you got there. Russell Brunson calls this the epiphany bridge. Most marketers call it the origin story. Where did you start out with? And along the line, we said that you're going to discover something, okay? You're going to discover. And these discovery points here is ultimately what's going to allow you to make a promise and a payoff. Here's what I learned. What I discovered that selling high ticket is easier than selling low ticket. I discovered that doing what you love and what you're great at brings you more fulfillment, even if it doesn't bring you more money, okay? I discovered that a good solid funnel, okay? A good solid funnel can change your life, and I discovered that speaking on stage and selling from stage is way easier than trying to sell digitally or virtually, and so that's what I do. So I discovered some things along the way, and those things all have informed the way I teach, the way I coach, okay? And so because of that, then I can come in and I can make them a promise and a payoff. Now let's spend a little time there. That was all review. Let's spend a little bit of time on this promise and payoff. Remember last night, we said that people do not buy process, they buy payoff, right? So we said last night that, hey, how are you? Nice, hey, puppy. Oh, you brought me some Reese's peanut butter puffs? Look at you. Oh, those are for your dog. What? Oh my gosh. No, you did not. Oh my gosh. Hold on a second. Okay, Nicole.
This girl is my kind of girl.
What?
Nothing.
Okay, hold on. Well, you got to bring all that up front because people online need to see what just happened here. Oh my Lord.
I think about every single.
So she asked me, or somebody asked me, what is my, here, Ross, you want to pass it up? She asked me, what is my favorite snack? And I said, oh, hands down, Reese peanut butter cups. So Nicole here brings me puffs. God, this may get me drinking creamer again. They have this? Oh my God, I'm getting ready to get fat. Oh my Lord, can we just have a moment of silence right now? We got snacks. See, this is why you guys need to be here in person, okay? We got Reese Thins, which is sort of an oxymoron, okay? Oh.
So cute.
And you got the white ones, we're equal opportunity, okay? We got dipped pretzels. We got pop snacks. How in the world are we going to do this? We need a bigger stool. Yeah, okay, hold on. This is great. Oh, we got 3 more bags? Oh my gosh. We got the miniature cups right here.
There's little cups in the cups.
There's little cups in the cups? Oh, there's Reese. Oh my gosh. Hold on. We got to keep that one. We have Reese pumpkins, which this is how pumpkins should taste. Okay? God, I hate to tell you, but you did it wrong. Your pumpkins don't taste this good. Okay? Okay, and then what is this now? Oh, Reese's stuff. Oh my gosh. Okay. Thank you. This is amazing. Hold on. I'm having an orgasmic moment right now. Let's just catch our breath. Okay. Wow. Okay, Nicole, you are amazing and brilliant.
Holy basket was needed.
What did you guys bring me? Kidding me? You bunch of ungrateful people. Look at this. Oh my gosh. Okay, so I'm sorry. So we're going to put this up here. See what you get when you come to the live version? Okay? Hold on. Can you give me some coffee? I need this. Okay. And some milk. Some coffee and milk. Oh. What? Okay, here you go.
Use the creamer for
Okay. Oh my gosh. Okay. Whew. Hold on. That was good. That was good. See, that's what we call a payoff right here. That's exactly what we call a payoff. I love it. I love it. Well, thank you very much. Thank you, Nicole. Appreciate that. Tell me about your puppy.
Coco. I just got her 6 weeks ago, but she's 8 years old.
Yeah? Oh.
She's obviously happy.
What's up, Coco? She's adorable.
I spoil her like that.
Do you? Okay. Well, she'll live a short life. Yeah. All right. Let's get back to the task at hand. Thank you guys for indulging me. Thank you for indulging me. Let's get back to payoff. People do not buy process, they pay payoff. So in our messaging, okay, the top line here is all about them, okay? This is all about you, right? So this is hero marketing, this is ego marketing, okay? But this promise and payoff, this promise and payoff right here, this is sort of what gets their attention, okay? This is what gets them to say, okay, yes, I want this. This payoff statement needs to be one polished sentence, okay? Come to Small Event Profit. I'll help you create your very own small event between 12 and 24 people, profit 6 figures in a weekend. It's a polished statement. You have to take time on your payoff, okay? You have to take the time to create a payoff. Okay, once you get that then, now we're going to come down to the fun part, okay? The fun part. The next one is what we call your pathway, okay? Your pathway. And we're going to spend the rest of our time between now and lunch talking about the pathway, okay? What time is it, guys? 10:57. So we got an hour. So we're going to spend an hour today talking about our pathway. So what we want to do is between now and lunch, we want to get to the halfway point because this is the pivot right here, okay? After the pathway, then we move into what's called the pitch. And we're going to get to that in a minute. That's super important. We're going to get to that after lunch, is the pitch. But up to this point, this ultimately right here is your business, okay? If you don't have this, I don't know why I'm not using orange. I should use orange since those are my colors. If you don't have a pathway, ultimately you don't have a business. So let's spend some time and let's talk about pathway. Now, I'm going to write this down, and we ultimately may erase some of this, but I want you just to be able to see this, see if I can help you guys out with this, okay? So what is a pathway? We highlighted it briefly yesterday, but we're going to do a deep dive down today. Because if you can get this right, then you get the clarity that you want. Your clients get the clarity that you want, okay? The first thing you have to know is the pathway is what? Okay, the pathway is what? What they have to do to get the result that they want. Does that make sense? The pathway is what they have to do to get the result that they want. Okay, so what do you have to do? Well, let me tell you, okay? So the pathway is the step-by-step process of what they need to do, not how they need to do it. We're going to sell that later, but this is what you need to do, okay? So everybody should understand that there's what and how. Okay, hey, you need to do this and this and this and this and this and this and this. You got it? Got it. Problem, how do I do that? Right? And that's where you make money. So what you need to do is you need to become an expert at teaching people what they need to do. Now, I'm going to just dive down deep on this. I'm going to teach an hour on this. I want you to stay tuned with me, and I want you to just really let me just love on you through this process. Because there is a mindset issue that most people have around pathway that I've got to get you out of, okay? I've got to get you to overcome this, okay? If you overcome this, then you can have massive breakthroughs. And here is the issue with the what. Most of us do not believe we are expert enough to tell people what they need to do to get a result. The reason is because for so many of us, we can look at other people and we can see that other people are better at what we're trying to do than we are. And some of us believe that we have to get that good until we can tell people what they need to do. And that's not true. That's not true at all. So I want you to resign yourself to this fact. In life, in expertise, there's always people who are going to be better than you, and there's going to be people that are worse than you. You're never going to be the worst, and you're never going to be the best. Okay? If you're a category king, there's probably someone else alive that does things better than you. So just deal with it, okay? Are there people who make better hamburgers than McDonald's?
Yes.
Of course, almost everybody. But is there anybody that makes money more than McDonald's? No. McDonald's doesn't say, I have to produce the best hamburger. McDonald's finds a unique solution. What's McDonald's unique solution? Convenience and fast. So what they say is, okay, I don't have to be the best burger flipper. The problem that I solve is hunger, but everybody else solves hunger. But what I do is I do it differently. I have a unique solution. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to just produce a hamburger, very mediocre, but we're going to do it convenient and fast. And so combined with people's need for hunger and their desire for convenience and fast, they haven't figured out how to make the best burger, but they figured out how to make the best money selling the best burger. Do you know any other restaurant in the world that makes more money than McDonald's? Do you know who the #1 toy company in the world is? McDonald's.
Wow.
McDonald's sells more toys than any other toy company in the world. McDonald's. Okay, McDonald's is #1 at most things. Okay, they're the #1 meat producer in the world. They're the #1 dairy producer in the world. They're #1 everything. Why? Because they got masses. They got these big, gigantic things. They don't find the need to be better or best at any of that. What they say is the payoff is you want to eat and you want it convenient, you're fast. Do.
Loving it.
I'm loving it. Well, you're probably not. You're probably not loving that, right? But you like the convenience and the fastness. So what they're doing, now listen to me, okay? If you think about a kid's meal, just for a second, let's think about this. I mean, I got kids, right? So when we go to a Mexican restaurant, or we go to a Chinese restaurant, or we go to an Italian restaurant, or we go to a Japanese restaurant, and you order a kid's meal, it's always the same. Hamburgers, hot dogs, chicken nuggets, macaroni and cheese. It doesn't matter if you're at the Mexican joint, the Chinese joint, the Japanese joint, whatever, okay? It's hamburgers, hot dogs, chicken fingers, and macaroni and cheese. When you go to McDonald's and you look at their kids' menu, it's the same. It's hamburgers, chicken fingers, and they ditch the hot dogs and macaroni and cheese. But McDonald's sells something a little different than everybody else. What does McDonald's sell that those other places don't sell? Happiness. They sell happiness. They want you to believe that if you give them $4 and they give you the red box, that all of a sudden your kids are going to be happy. And you know what's ridiculous? It's true. It's true. My kids go to McDonald's and order the Happy Meal, and then they never open the toys anymore. They don't do anything, but there's just something about that stupid red box and that little pedophilia clown of theirs that just makes my kids happy, okay? It just makes my happy. So McDonald's, what they figured out is they don't sell kids' meals. They sell happiness. And by selling happiness, they've been able to elevate themselves over and above their competition. Does that make sense?
Yes.
So you have to know what business you're in. You can't tell people what to do if you don't really understand what business you're in. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
You have to know that. You have to understand that. Okay? I'm not in the coaching business. What business am I in? I'm in the significance business. I want people to find significance in what they do. Okay? I want people to look in the mirror and love those people. Okay? I know what it's like to be a failure, and it's not a fun feeling. I know what it's like to have other people tell you you're a failure, and it's not a fun feeling. Okay? It is. But at the end of the day, all those people that told me I failed, okay, their houses are the size of my garage.
Amen.
Okay? You know what I'm saying? And so no offense to that. There's nothing wrong with that. But the people who most of my life told me I couldn't, I have now overachieved.
Amen.
Because I pulled myself up and said, listen, I'm going to stop listening to the negative noise. I'm going to make a decision to cut the ties with people who are pulling me down and holding me down. No longer are they going to be anchors that beset me. Okay, but now what I'm looking at is I'm going to surround myself with people who love me and help me. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay, and so I know what business I'm in. So because of that, when I come and tell you what you need to do, I'm trying to help you figure out what you need to do to find significance in your life, not necessarily what you're trying to do to be successful. Because the reason is if you want to make money, go drive Uber. I can't tell you any faster way to make money than to go drive Uber, okay? You can apply for Uber, you can get approved tomorrow, and you can have money in your bank account in a couple days. Does that make sense? Fast way, okay? If all you're trying to do is make money, go drive Uber. But if you want significance, let me show you a little different. Does this make sense? Yeah. So first of all, if you're going to figure out the what, you have to change your position. You don't have to be the best, but you have to be unique. You have to have a unique solution. Does that make sense? What are you doing that's different than everybody else? Okay, does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay, so I was telling you the other day, I was talking with an investor. They're trying to get me to sell my home. Because tons of people want it now because I bought it way low and then in just a year it's gone way high. So they're trying to get me out of my home. So I'm talking with this guy and he's like, what is a guy like you, a single guy like you, doing in a house that big anyway? And I wanted to look at him at first and say, well, why is that your business? Okay, that's what I want to say. But really what he doesn't understand is I designed this because it meets my unique solution. Everybody and their brother does coaching. Everybody does coaching. Everybody and their brother does live events. But there's not many people who merge live events and coaching, and you get to come hang out with me at my house. You get to sleep in my beds, right? Does that make sense? Yes. So it's my unique solution. So why do I need a house this big? Because it's my unique solution. Does that make sense? Yes. Okay, so what is your unique solution? It doesn't have to be a house. It doesn't have to be an event, but you have to be different. Okay, you have to be different. Okay, so let's get into how we design this. Okay, Are you guys good? Everybody okay?
Yes.
Okay, I love this. Let's get into the what. Okay, so the first thing you do is you come over here. Look, let's see if this shows up. We're gonna have some fun. Okay, you ready? Here we go. Can you guys see that? Oh, it got small on me. Okay, so this is, as we talked about yesterday, this is their current reality, right? You have to understand where is the current reality of your client. Now, how do we know that? Well, that should be pretty simple because we've already done it way up here, okay? We know the current reality, okay? Then we have to come over here and we have to say, okay, what is it that they want? And it should be relatively simple. Why? Because we just did it right here. Does this make sense? So all we have to do is come over here and we just have to connect the dots. Okay, we have to connect the dots. We have to create a logical and linear pathway to get people from where they are to where they want to go. So in this, what you're going to do is you're going to tell them what to do. You've already talked about current reality. You've already talked about the payoff and the promise up here. So now just create a logical and linear set of steps to get people from here to here. Now, this is where most people say, well, I don't necessarily know if I'm the right person to do that, okay? And so I'll tell people to like, hey, just go on Facebook Live. Oh, I don't know if I can do Facebook Live. I don't know. I can do Facebook Live. Okay, hold on a second. One moment. Please be good. Oh, dear God.
No, so good. Yeah, so good.
So good. Oh, my Lord. Gosh. Okay, so, well, I don't know if I can do it. And the reason is because you're afraid of what people are going to think about you, okay? So let me pick on somebody. Who can I pick on? Okay, no, not you. I always pick on you. Okay. Nicole, I'm going to give you the privilege of me picking on you. Is that okay? I got to come close so the online people can hear you through my microphone. Okay. Do you have any kids?
No.
Okay.
This one.
I love that what an adorable kid. Okay. So let's, do you have nieces, nephews? Okay. Okay, so give me the name of your favorite niece or nephew. Ethan. Okay, see, and we all have favorites, okay? Don't act like you don't. We all have favorites, okay? Ethan's not, or nobody's watching, so Ethan, okay. How old is Ethan?
13.
Ethan's 13 years old. Okay, so let's go back 7 years ago when Ethan was 6, okay? And he's got Aunt Nicole, got Ethan, and Aunt Nicole, I want you to tell Ethan how to make his bed. Okay? You have 45 seconds. That's all you got. And I'm going to be Ethan, and you're going to be Aunt Nicole. Tell little 6-year-old Ethan how to make a bed in 45 seconds. Are you ready?
Yes.
Go.
Okay. First, get out of bed. Then take the bottom sheet, the flat sheet, and tuck it under the fitted sheet.
Okay.
Take your comforter, put it over, fluff your pillow, make sure your pillowcase is on it, and put it at the top of the bed.
Okay, perfect. How long did that take? About 12 seconds, right? Okay. Now let me ask you this. Did you have to become a bed making expert in order for you to communicate with Ethan how to make a bed?
No.
No. Did you have to go take copywriting classes in order for you to communicate with Ethan how to make a bed? No. Did you have to go pay thousands and thousands of dollars for some coach to teach you how to make a bed before you could teach Ethan how to make a bed?
No.
No. Now think of this. This is where the power comes in. Why was she able to communicate to her nephew Ethan how to make a bed without even thinking about it?
She's done it a million times.
What else?
It's a clean, linear process.
What else?
She knows more than Ethan.
Yes. But we're missing one. We're missing one. She doesn't give a crap what Ethan thinks about her. All she cares about is that she gets Ethan a result. She 100% cares about the result Ethan is getting, and she didn't even think about herself. Now, why? Because of the position she holds in Ethan's life. She is Aunt. She's still going to be Aunt tomorrow and the next day and the following day. She no longer is trying to establish her position. She's already in the position of authority. So when she communicates to someone inferior to her that she cares for and wants to get a result, all she's doing is communicating out of an abundance of knowledge, married with care, and she can come up with a logical and linear path in 2.2 seconds because she cares about Ethan, not about herself. The reason why so many of us struggle, listen to me online, the reason why so many of us struggle coming up with logical and linear pathways is because you're so busy worried about you, worried about what people are going to think about you, worried about what do people think if I put this on Facebook? Well, I can't really go on Facebook because Aunt Gertle and Uncle Marty, they're on there, and I only got a bunch of college buddies and they're on there. No, stop. Here's really what you're saying. What you're saying is I don't believe in myself enough to go public with my solution, and I don't want to be rejected again. Therefore, I'm not going public, and I'm going to keep my solution to myself, and you're going to stay broke.
Yep. Oh my gosh.
You've got to get to the point where you allow yourself to be elevated and put in a position where you are the authority. And you care for people below you so much that you can just speak life to them. And you can get them the result that you want through a logical linear pathway because you're thinking about them and you're not even thinking about you. Why is it that I can come up here? I'm gonna teach for 30 hours, okay, when we're all said and done. Or actually, no, well, yeah, maybe. Okay? 8, 16, 24. Yeah, I'm gonna teach for 30 hours when we're done by Sunday. I don't have a note. Why can I do that? The reason is because I learned a couple years ago when I was in bed with Chelsea to elevate myself and say, you are enough, dude. You're enough. You don't need anything else. You don't need to be anything more. Am I enough for everybody? No, not really. Okay? There's been plenty of people who've gotten mad at me, who've gotten upset at me. There's people who attack me, accuse me. There's plenty of people, okay? Some gal the other day did a chargeback on her. We did a $3,600 coaching program where they get an entire year of coaching, not $10,000. We gave them the smoking deal, $3,600. We helped her out like crazy, and I went and noticed that she had a full-blown chargeback. Okay, well, why did I do that? Well, you said that we were going to get this email thing, and we didn't get it, and I'm like, okay, but we built funnels, we did this, we did this, we did this, we did this, we did this. All she was saying is, you're not good enough. And it used to bug the hell out of me because I'm a people pleaser. And then I'm like, you know what? Okay. You need that money more than I do. I'm enough. I got a clear conscience. We're all good. But those things that used to bug me, doesn't bug me anymore. Now I stand up on my I'm going to try to do this again. I stand up on my elevation and I establish myself in a position where I am an authority in what I'm good at. I know what I discovered. Now I'm just going to speak to you. And I'm going to think logically. This is common sense. This is not marketing. This is common sense. Okay? This is called problem solving. So when I elevate myself as a position, if I wanted to go make some eggs, well, I'm not a Michelin 5-star chef. Okay, but logically, I think I can figure out how to get that nasty, runny, clear yolk white. I think I can figure it out. Get a pan, put some butter in it, turn the heat on, put the egg in. Great. Is it going to be as good as Asunta's? Probably not. Is it going to be cooked? Probably. If I do that tons and tons and tons of times, is it going to get better? Yes. Does it have to be better before I sell it? No. You'll get better. But this is what's important. Establish yourself as the expert. Be the superior, speak to the inferior, care about them enough where you can just speak out of the abundance of your heart and go in basic, logical, and linear steps. That make sense? So when I'm in that parking lot, getting ready to speak to those realtors, Have I ever sold a home? Nope. Never sold a home. Why am I the right person to tell realtors how to sell homes? Because I knew what their current reality was. I knew where they wanted to go. And I just let common sense speak to me. And I created a logical linear path to get them from where they were to where they want to go. Now, here's what's interesting about this. I taught them my 12-step process that you guys are learning. It was only 8 steps back then. I taught them the 8 steps, okay? Was I as good at it then as I am now? No. I sort of sucked at it. I'm really afraid to go back and watch those videos. Lord knows, I probably bankrupted every one of those realtors. I have no idea. It probably was bad, okay? But when I created a logical linear path, you know what those realtors did? Oh my God, 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 oh my God. Why? Did I speak anything extraordinarily brilliant to them? No, well, I spoke common sense to them, but it was logical and linear. It was a pathway. It made sense. It connected the dots, and people felt as if they were educated. Do they know how to do that? No. But now do they know what to do? Absolutely. Okay? When you communicate what to do with people, even though you have not educated them, you've educated them. They've learned something. This is why Russell Brunson, when he teaches, he says, don't teach on a webinar. What he means is don't tell them how to do it, but you have to teach them what to do. Does this make sense? They got to know what to do. You're going to give away the what. You can go on any webinar, any masterclass, any Facebook Live, any teaching, and you can teach them your logical and linear steps. Do this, 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 and it's going to connect the dots for them, and it's going to say, wow. Now, let me ask you this. People always ask me, Chad, how do I know what I should teach? Because if I teach too much, I'm afraid that they won't hire me then, because there's no need for it. And I always tell them, no, give your best stuff away. Err on the side of giving too much. Because what happens is when you go and you teach like that, logically and linear, people say, holy smokes, if their free stuff is that good, I can only imagine how good their paid stuff is. Does that make sense? If their free stuff is that good, God, I can't wait to pay them. That's what you want. Because what to do connects the dots. How to do it, as we'll look in a minute, is what moves the ball down the field. But you have to know the what. So I want you to take just a few minutes, okay? If you guys are online, okay, let me know, just let me know if you're resonating with me. Are people communicating online?
Yeah, Cindy said this is freaking amazing.
It is.
Sonia says logical. Matea says awesome.
Awesome. Thank you, ladies. I really appreciate that. Here's what I want you guys to do. We're going to take, not a break, we're just going to take a 5-minute pause, and that's all you get. So, Crystal, if you can put 5 minutes on the clock for me, okay? We're going to take a 5-minute pause here in just a minute. And you're going to take 5 minutes, and all I want you to do is very quickly bullet point where they are, bullet point where they want to go, and give me 4, 5, or 6, or 7 pillars to get them from here to here. When we come back from this little exercise, I'm going to walk you through mine. Okay, I'm going to walk you through my 7 steps that I use, okay? But I don't want it to interfere with what you're doing. So you do yours first. I'll get some feedback from you, and then I'm going to teach you mine. Okay, what time is it? 11:21. We'll be back at 11:20.
Can you repeat?
What are we doing again?
Crystal, are you ready? We'll be back in just a minute. So all you're doing is you're writing your pathway. Like what are the big pillars? What do they need to do to go from here to here? Now, these are the big pillars. These are the giant steps. If you were to cross, these are not the little micro systems. These are the big pillars, okay? These are the big pillars. Take a shot at it. We're going to go, tell me when you're ready. We're going to go 5 minutes, okay?
So it's 5 bullet points where they are and where they want to be.
So where they are and where they want to be, that's current reality and hopeful transformation. And then the pathway are the 4 or 5 or 6 steps that connect the two. How do you get them from left to right? So in other words, she gave us do this, do this, do this, do this, do this. That's logical steps. What are the logical and linear steps? Okay, you ready? Okay, but Crystal, you can't just put the timer up there, hon. You got to put the.
I don't know.
Does that make sense? Okay, here we go. Yep. No, not that one, not that one. That one. There you go, perfect. All right, guys, here we go. All right, here we go. You guys ready? All right, so very quickly, if you guys are online, I want you to communicate this in the chat room. Akila will communicate, and here's what we're going to do. When we break for lunch in a little bit, we're going to be going to Zoom for those of you online, and you guys can join in the Zoom room. Akila will put the link and the credentials in here, and as soon as we go to a break, about 2 minutes after we go to break, I'm going to go in the Zoom room, and I'm going to communicate with you guys and help you guys out a lot. So make sure you guys jump on there. You're going to want to take advantage of that time, but also communicate in the chat room so we can hear you. All right, we got time for 2 or 3 of you guys. Give me your pathway, just the big pillars. It doesn't have to be perfect. What'd you come up with, Russ?
So I kind of did 2 actually, one for my middle product and one for my big product.
Okay.
So the first one, and this is for people who want to speak from stage, be seen as an expert, and sell high-ticket items. So the pathway is going to be, pillar 1 is master your story, 2 is create a keynote, 3 is craft your offer, 4 is perfect your pitch, and 5 is your social proof.
See, those are perfect. Those are the big pillars that they have to take. Now, what's beautiful about that, what's magical about that, is you can actually create a pathway for every one of those pathways. And that's where your content comes in. Does that make sense? That's where your teaching comes in. That's where your stories come in. And so that's beautiful. Great. Who else? Yes, ma'am.
So the thing I'm working on is PR, DIY PR
Okay.
for startup entrepreneurs. So the first one is to identify your target customer,
Okay.
your product or service. The second one is to choose the target publications that those customers view or are interested in. Third one is refine your focus and brand message to cater to those publications. The fourth one is to draft sample articles and content for those publications specifically. The fifth one is to create a press kit or fix your existing press kit, get all those files in easy to read formats for all of those publications. 6 is get photos taken, update website of your product or service or yourself if you're a service. And then 6 or 7, draft your 3-point touch email outreach funnel, and then 7, send.
Send. Okay. So very logical and linear pathway. The nice thing is, you know you're sort of doing it right when you can do a pathway on every one of those, right? Then you know what to teach, you know how to teach it, you know how to elevate yourself. One more.
I'll do one.
Good.
Mine's for my clients that spend money advertising with no trackable results, have no idea who their customer is and how to reach them.
Okay.
So I advertise the irresistible offer to bring in new customers, capture customer data so we reach out to them, offer referral marketing to your current customers to build their database, and then allow them to share that offer with the raving fans, and then reach out to them through email, text, and messaging for stay front of mind social proof.
Okay. So give me the simple pillars again. So
Advertise,
number
capture
1,
data,
advertise.
advertise with the irresistible offer.
Okay.
Capture data, capture the customer data. Stay in front of mind through continuously marketing through email, text,
Okay.
email, and then ask for reviews and for social proof.
I gotcha. And that's going to take them from where were they?
Not having a database and spending money in advertising to build their own brand of customers that know, like, and trust them, that for repeat business.
Okay, so you have 4 pillars, 4 steps?
Yes.
Okay. What's good about...
Rinse, wash, repeat.
What's that?
Rinse, wash, repeat.
Right.
Do it over again.
I love it. Okay. What are they saying online?
That's why I think they're waiting for Zoom.
Oh, they're waiting for the Zoom? Okay, no problem. All right. So you guys can understand that this. Now, what I want to do is I want to share with you mine, okay? Because this will just help you go. So when I was putting this together, I was trying to figure out, like, here, okay, like, what is the current reality of my audience, okay? And so my audience, okay, number 1, they were overwhelmed. Now, here's the thing with, they were overwhelmed. Remember what we're doing here, right? We're trying to attract the perfect client. We're trying to come up with our messaging for here, okay? And nothing communicates frustration more than a story. So we call it hook story offers. I'm gonna tell you guys a story around this, okay? So I remember 5 years ago, I had just gotten a divorce and was moving out of our home in Gilbert, and we were moving to a home in Mesa. And I was so broke. I didn't have a ton of money. We did a garage sale. I had just enough money to hire a mover to take our stuff from our home in Gilbert to Mesa, but we only had 4 hours, okay? I can only afford to pay them 4 hours. So I had some people come over, and we like packed everything up. We like literally had it all lined out. Like this shit easy. Probably load the truck up in about an hour, hour and a half hour to the new home. They got 2 hours to unload, set up, build it, beds, whatever, it would be great. So needless to say, when they left my home after loading up the truck, it took them 3.5 hours. I thought it was going to take them an hour. It took them 3.5 hours. So by the time they got to my house, the 4 hours basically was up. So they took all the crap out of the truck and just threw it in my living room. And away they went. And what happened was when I walked into my living room, all I saw was boxes, like to the ceiling, it seemed like. So I did what every good bachelor would do. I found my flat panel TV and mounted it on the wall. I found my leather couch, put it up against the wall, and I moved the boxes so I could sit on the couch and watch the TV. It was great. But what happened was when I saw this mess, I didn't know where to start. I literally was overwhelmed. And what I learned was overwhelm causes paralysis. I didn't know what to do. I didn't know where to do. I didn't know how to do it. And this overwhelm caused me to be paralyzed. And so I'm like, holy smokes. And so for about 10, 12 days, this mess went on. I literally, it was terrible. I'd go buy Taco Bell, come and sit on my couch, eat Taco Bell. I didn't know where the trash can was, so I just threw all the crap everywhere. It was awful. Like I was a mess. Okay? And then my ex-wife texted me one day and she goes, hey, I want to come by and I want to see the kids' rooms. Okay, when do you want to come by? She's like, how about tomorrow? And I'm like, oh crap. Right, oh crap. So I didn't know what to do. So I called my sister Deb, the same one who pulled me off the toilet where I had the butt hickey. Okay? I called her. I said, Deb, I said, listen, I need some help. I said, I'm embarrassed. I don't even want you coming over, but I need some help. So Debbie came over, and what was interesting, and write this down, Debbie came over, and Debbie brought some things with her that I needed to get past overwhelm. Okay, number one, she brought presents. Not these kind of presents, presence. She just came, and her presence, by default, brought me comfort. Second, she brought objectivity. She brought an outside perspective. Okay, so all I could see was boxes. Okay, and I didn't know what to do, how to do it. But because she didn't have an emotional tie to it, she brought objectivity, and it was easy for her to do it. Number three, she brought some know-how. This wasn't her first rodeo. She had unpacked plenty of boxes. She knew what to do. Fourth thing was she brought some elbow grease. So in other words, she brought a work ethic. Okay, she was going to get the job done. Number five, she brought a no excuse mentality. She wasn't going to have an excuse. Number six, she brought urgency. She had a time frame. Okay, she had to be in and out before too long, and then so we did it. And what was fascinating was I had been paralyzed by these boxes for so many weeks, and Debbie came over, and in just a matter of hours, a couple hours, she had every box unpacked, every dish put away, everything done, all the boxes folded in the garage, and my house was completely spotless and ready to go in just a couple hours. Why couldn't I do that on my own? Okay, see, some of you guys, and this is my story, some of you guys is the same way. You want to start your business, but you're overwhelmed. There's funnels to build. There's emails to write. There's texts to do. There's this, there's that, and you don't know what to do. So I want to be your coach. What I want to do is I want to come and I'll go through those 6 pillars. I want to come and I want to be present in your life. I want to give you a partner in your business. I want to bring some objectivity. I'm not emotionally bound, so I can make decisions a little easier with you and for you than you can on your own. I'm going to bring a work ethic. I'm going to bring some know-how. I'm going to bring a process. I'm going to bring this to you, and we're going to be able to get done what you want, right? So what I do is I attach a story with mine. So I say, you're overwhelmed, I'll tell a story. Now, what do you want, okay? Well, what you want is you want a live, profitable business, right? This is what you want, okay? So what I have to do is I have to figure out how can I get you from here to here, okay? How can I get you from here to here? So what I do is I came up with this thing called the pointer system. P-O-I-N-T-E-R, okay? The pointer system, okay? Now what is the pointer system? The pointer system is the process that I use to get you from overwhelmed to launched, okay? So P, I'm just going to run through these very, very quickly. So the P, okay, this is the product, the pathway and the payoff. O is an offer. I is an internal launch. N is nurture and follow-up sequence. T is build a tribe and run traffic. E is emerge as an expert. And R is reciprocity, how to give your stuff away and get paid for it, right? So I came up with my 7-step process, okay? So what I can do is, if I know that if they create a product with a pathway like I'm teaching you, and they have a payoff, and they marry it with an irresistible offer, then they do an internal launch, then they nurture the leads and they follow up with them. Once they have it, now we're going to build a tribe, run traffic, then we're going to emerge as an expert through content, and then give all of our stuff, give all this content away, so then we can come in and bring people here. I know that if they do that, I can move them from here to here. Does this make sense? So now what it's done is given me a lot of confidence. Who has it given confidence to? It's given confidence to who? You. To me. And who's your biggest person that you have to sell in your business? You. Okay? Once I was sold that I could help people go from overwhelmed to a live and profitable business, they would be sold as well. I have to be sold on me. You have to be sold on you. The reason is position. You're not going to believe that you can do it and elevate yourself as the expert until you believe in you. And the best way to believe in you is to create a logical and linear pathway that takes people from where they are to where they want to go. Love this pathway, fall in love with this pathway, memorize this pathway, know this pathway, be able to teach this pathway in your sleep, become an expert on this pathway, be known for this pathway. You will convince yourself of this pathway, and when you teach this pathway, people will be like, oh my God. And if you do it right, the next logical step is, how can we work together? Does this make sense? So when you give them these logical steps and these logical pathways, you teach it, you know it, you understand it, they're like, God, that's what I want. How can we work together? You know what they very seldom say? Oh, thank you for that wonderful, valuable information. I'm going to go on my own and I'm going to try to do it. Why? Because when you teach something that makes logical and linear sense, when you teach it, the more logical and linear and simple and it is, the more they want to work with you. Why? Because all their questions are answered. The more complex, the more frustrating, the more aggravating it is, the more they want to say, I got to think about that. Why do they have to think about that? Because they have more questions than they have answers, and you didn't do a good enough job answering those, so they're not convinced that you're the right person to work with. Anytime somebody says, let me go think about that. Oh, I just need to think about it for a little bit. What that tells me is you haven't done a good enough job of simplifying it. They still have answers, or they still have questions, and you have answers. So you got to go back and you got to work on it. You got to massage it a little bit. And you'll get to the point where people say, I got to have it. Does that make sense? Yeah. In a little bit, right after lunch, I'm going to pitch you guys on Kavu. Okay? And I want so many of you guys watching online, and some of you guys in here, I want you guys to come join us. Okay? I want you to come join us. And if I do my job right, you're going to say yes. If I leave you with like, oh, I don't know, Chad. I don't know if you're the right guy, then I didn't do it right. Same thing is true in your business, okay? Your pathway, the what, okay? The what is the culmination. Write this down. The pathway builds confidence in both you and them. They get excited about the promise and payoff. But when you prove through a logical linear process that you know what the hell you're doing, it builds confidence in you and in them. Remember what we said at the beginning of yesterday. Okay? Gain clarity, build confidence, change the world. Gain clarity, build confidence, change the world. We want to Kavu you. We want to get you above the clouds so your ceiling and visibility are limited. you have to gain confidence, or gain clarity, excuse me. You have to gain clarity. Best way to gain clarity is right here. Know what it is you're going to teach. That's the hardest part. You guys ever go Facebook Live? What am I going to say? Once you get the idea of what you're going to say, it's easy. The hardest part, except for Akila, right? But what you're going to say is the hardest. Like, what am I going to talk about today? Once you got that, we can go, okay? Because the how is easy. The what is hard, okay? Right, does this make sense to you guys? Okay, so this is what builds the confidence in people, okay? Have I totally damaged the entire process? Can they see this online?
I wrote it up for them.
Wait, don't move,
Oh, sorry.
please. Yeah.
And don't forget, all you guys will get pictures of this, okay? Are you guys with me?
Yes.
Okay, what's your feeling right now? What's going on in your head right this moment? What's going on up here?
How confused Mike says no. How confusing we make it.
Yeah.
I mean,
Let's talk about why do you make it confusing? Let's just call a spade right now. Why do you make it confusing?
because I'm trying to communicate the value.
Yes. For whatever reason, we believe that in order to make our process valuable, we have to make it complex. Complexity is the enemy of profitability.
Say that again.
Complexity is the enemy of profitability. The more complex, the more broke. The more simple, the more profitable. Okay? Is this a complex system? Come up with a product, make an offer, do an internal launch. Is that complex? No. Once you do an internal launch, okay, now we're going to create email sequences to follow up with them to make sure we see if we can get any other sales. Complex? No. Now let's build a tribe and drive some traffic. Cool. Now let's create some content to make you an expert, and then let's give all this stuff away so you can get paid. Is that complex? Simple. Really simple. The more simple, the more profitable. The more complex, the more broke. Does that make sense? Okay. So if you guys are online watching this today, I want to know who's online. I want you guys to communicate. We're gonna go through, and I want to hear from you guys. I want to hear like one aha, one breakthrough, one little magical moment, something that you've gotten up to this particular point. I want you to let me know. And then what we're gonna do is we're gonna take a break, and we come back at what, 2 o'clock? 1 o'clock is lunch, right? 12 o'clock is lunch. So we're gonna come back at 1. Okay. Shoot, I was hoping to give you guys a 2-hour break. Okay, so we'll come back at 1 o'clock. But before we do, I want to hear some ahas. I want to hear some breakthroughs. I want to know what the heck is happening with you guys. Okay, so we're going to come and get some of the studio audience, and then we want to get you guys online. So Akila, get ready to communicate with me. Okay. All right. What was an aha breakthrough for you guys so far today?
You know, earlier when I was driving over, I was listening in the car.
Oh, good.
And you were talking about your story of kind of like your hitting bottom story,
Mhm.
and then how you realized you missed the preaching world.
Right.
And like those skills you didn't think they translated. And so for me, it's analogous to I used to be a classroom teacher.
Right.
But there's no money in it.
Right.
But and then I started an e-commerce business, which is going amazing. But I don't like being home all day isolated in front of my computer. And when you
Right.
said like, oh, that means I have to make funnels and sit in front of my computer, that was for me an aha moment.
Yeah.
That's something I can translate.
Yeah.
And tell people like that's why I'm kind of pivoting to share some of the things I've learned in 4 years e-commerce.
I love that.
So
Yeah.
get back to what I want to do, but make money doing it.
So you can use your teaching skills, the skills that you learned as a teacher, which is one of the 6 ways to make money is teaching. You're going to be able to put that then. You got to figure out, am I going to, did you catch any of yesterday?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, the whole thing.
Oh, the whole thing, okay. So remember we said there's 6 ways to get paid. So remember teaching was a good way to get paid, but not a great one. So you have to take teaching into merit. What do you want to marry that with?
Yeah.
You want to marry it with coaching, consulting, like what do you marry it with?
Well, the strategy, the coaching, and the consulting.
Okay. Yeah, you marry those and you can have a great business teaching what you know, and you can lean back and rely on all those years of teaching elementary kids, or what grade did you teach?
Yeah.
Elementary kids. Okay, if you can teach a 3rd grader, you can teach a 30-year-old. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, it's much harder to teach a third grader. Yeah.
Mine was along those lines too. It was when you were talking about the origin story and then marking down the tasks. And
Mhm.
Molly and I kind of was talking about that last night. I'm doing so much tactical right now, and we're just frustrated because we see the potential and know that when we can pull ourselves out of that, that's what we need to be focusing on right now, is getting out of the tactical and then going into the strategy and the expert and being more present and putting that in our 90% of our day
Yeah.
is where I think it's like, that's where our breakthrough is gonna be, and we're so close.
Right.
So just, this was like the hammer, like on the head. that
Oh,
was
good.
like, all right, be intentional, stop, like, just stop.
Yeah, I
doing
love
the
it.
tactical.
I love it.
And to piggyback on that, the tactical is what is causing so much friction
Yeah.
in our relationship.
Right.
Like we're the innovators, and we are like trying to be assistants.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And it's not working.
Yeah.
It's a huge
Yeah.
breakthrough.
Sometimes you have to do that temporarily,
Yeah,
okay? But you can't do it long term.
right.
Right.
And I think that's where we're like this right now, because we're both done with it. Like, we're drivers at heart, and so for us to be doing that is just, I think it's killing.
Yeah.
It's killing us, because we know the potential, we see it,
And everyone
and we're
around us.
tolerating it, yeah, and we're creating a shit show.
Yeah. Well, I think you guys need to give yourself a little bit more credit, because didn't somebody tell me that you guys had a big sale this morning?
Yes.
We
Right.
had our third sale, $5,000 just went in our bank account.
Yeah.
We haven't launched.
And you haven't launched yet.
We haven't
And that's $5,000 a month, right?
It's 5,000 down, 3,500.
3,500 a month.
So
So-
already we've generated 5, 10, 15. We probably generated, I don't know, $30,000 and we haven't launched.
Yeah.
And you haven't launched, right?
We haven't launched.
But if they stick with you for a year or whatever, it's going to be a lot more than that, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
And so that's where.
And we know we're not charging enough. Like, we declared last night in the hot tub, we're
Yeah.
increasing our fees like tomorrow.
Right.
No, seriously.
Yeah.
Like the
Yeah.
order form is getting fixed
Yeah.
before we leave.
Right. Well, let's do it.
Yeah.
And because we left the hot tub on all night, I've got to raise my rates.
Oh, shit.
We turned it off. We didn't have a clear pathway. We thought
It
it
did
said
say
spot
off.
on.
What?
But the heat wasn't on, just off.
I'm joking. I'm
We
giving
didn't
you.
know we had to go off.
I'm giving you guys crap. It's all good.
Take it from our feet.
It's all good. It's all good. One more.
Sorry.
Yes, ma'am.
My biggest aha that I did not, like, it really blew my mind, was you telling me that McDonald's is the biggest producer
Of toys?
and that they're in the business selling happy. That they're literally being a leader and saying, you're gonna be happy.
Right.
And I'm one of those girls, I'm single with kids, and I literally go to McDonald's and I get the toy without the Happy Meal.
You can buy that now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I always have. My
Yeah.
grandmother, actually, since the 80s, kept a bunch of them for me. She passed last year. I have like all kinds of McDonald's toys, like boxes and boxes.
For those of you who are parents of kids, I'm going to give you a piece of advice right now that's going to change your life. Ever gone to Peter Piper Pizza or Chuck E. Cheese or whatever, those places where you go spend all this money on games and they give you some coins and tokens? Did you know that you can go buy those stupid tickets for $0.10 a piece?
Where?
At all those places. You can just walk up and say, I want 100 tokens, and they'll sell them to you for $0.10 a piece. And I'm like, well, my kid's going to put $1 in that freaking thing and get 1 or 2 tickets back. So what we do is at the end of the day, we take it. So let's say they get 500 tickets, then I give them some money and let them round it up. Like whatever they get, we'll double it, and I just pay for it. Oh my God, it's so great. Yeah, it's so great. Yeah.
Smart.
Chuck E. Cheese is a penny a ticket. Peter Piper is $0.10 a ticket.
Whoa.
But they're still both dirt cheap.
You paid $10 for a little army guy.
I know, it's so stupid.
Yeah.
Right. So anyway, yeah. Yeah.
Probably 25 for the little army.
Yeah.
They lose before you get.
Yeah.
But I will also tell you that it's also great free childcare.
Yes.
Well, it's not free, but it's, you know,
Cheap labor.
yeah. And I will tell you that there's something happens. Like when they're little bitty, they can make $1 last a long time. When they're older, dollars last like a minute. So anyway. All right, what do we got online? Anybody saying something?
Matea said, if it's simple, they buy it. If it's complicated, you're broke.
Yeah, Matthias says if it's simple, they buy it. If it's complicated, you stay broke. Love it.
And then Cindy said clarity is her aha moment.
Clarity, yeah.
And then KT says, believing that the to where they want to be.
I love that.
And then Sonia says, stepping into your authority and elevating yourself, you are enough.
Yeah. I love that.
And
Right.
then, let's see, Imani, clarity, clarity, clarity. What I need to build my confidence to show up in my business as the expert I am.
I love it. Here's what I'd like for you guys to do if you can, okay? So we need a little social, social love, okay? What I'd like for you guys to do is I want you to go to your Facebook or your Instagram or whatever, and I want you to take a quote, something that you've learned, something that you heard. I just want you to write it out. Tag me, hashtag high ticket mastery, that type of thing. Tag some of your buddies and friends and stuff in it. But put that out there. Make a declaration to the world. I've learned this, whatever it is. Just get it out there. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to take a break. What time is it right now? 11:53. Can you put a minute or an hour and 7 minutes on the clock? Okay. And then we're going to take an hour break. Before we're going to take a lunch break, and we're going to come back. And then the second half of today, we're going to then pivot. So now we're making a pivot. Okay, we're going to pivot now. Now we're going to go into our pitch. Okay, we're going to go to our pitch. So this is step 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. The next 6 are your pitch. Okay, how do you make money? Okay, so I'm going to go in and I'm going to teach you the pitch, and then I'm going to give you a pitch. And I'm going to invite you guys to come and join Thibodeaux today. Okay, and so I'm going to give you guys a pitch as well. So you're not going to want to miss it because I'm going to show you exactly how I do it. You can record it, take it step by step, and then I really want you guys to jump on board and jump into Thibodeaux today, and let me help you get your business and your life to the next level. So I'm going to help you guys do that. So stick around for that. But do me a favor, go on social media. All of you guys watching online, I want you guys to go to social media right now. Take something that you learned, an aha moment that you learned, write it, tag me in it. Okay, tag me in that, and then hashtag high ticket mastery. Tag any of your friends that are in it as well. Do that right now, then take a break for lunch, and we'll see you guys in around an hour. Are you ready, Crystal? Okay, you're gonna need the other one up in the left-hand corner. There you go. Okay, and then if you guys are online in about 7 minutes, I'm gonna be in the Zoom room. Akila will put it's bit.ly/Chad's room. And the password is catapult, all caps. I'll be in there, and then you guys can ask me some specific questions. I'll give you some specific answers. I'll be on with you guys for about a half hour there in the Zoom room, and then we'll be back here in an hour and 6 minutes. All right, let's see those social media posts. All right, everybody, how are you? How are you? How are you?
Good.
All right, all right. Welcome back from lunch. We all ate really, really well here. I have no idea what you had. Somehow we did not break into the stash of Reese's, but trust me, we will. Okay, Reese's. See, if I'd have known you were going to do this, if you'd have asked me what I loved, I would have said red wine.
Red wine.
That was, let's get you into coaching. Yeah, yeah. So, all right. So glad you guys are here. Let me know that you guys are back from lunch. If you guys are watching us online, let me know you're back from lunch by telling me what you ate. Well, you guys may not, actually people are from all over the world. It may be dinner time or midnight snack or whatever. So I was talking with Trevor from London. He was like, dude, I was with you till about 2 o'clock in the morning and I just had to go to bed. I get you, man. I get you. So let me know, let me know that you guys are on. There's no sound? Let's check out the sound.
Oh, now I can.
Now we got sound? Okay. Now we got sound. All right, so what I want to do is we're going to jump into the teaching again, but before we do that, I'm going to walk you through CAVU, okay? So today we're going to tell you about CAVU coaching. Tomorrow we're going to tell you about Launch Accelerator. And then the following day we're going to tell you about Training 14. These go down in price. So today the price is $36,000. Tomorrow the price is $10,000 or actually $1,000 a month. And then Sunday it's $2,000 as the prices for those particular programs. I know you're not supposed to tell people the price, but I'm going to go ahead and tell you at that level. So depending on where you are in life and in business, depends on what you're going to want to do, okay? So let me tell you a little bit about CAVU. So CAVU, we started now, it's a little bit more than a year old. It's about 18 months old now, would be my guess. And we started this with the idea that we wanted to help people, gain clarity, which is huge, build confidence, and change the world. And so my payoff is we help you create your very own 7-figure coaching business. This is what we do. And if accepted, I'll show you how to create and launch your strengths-based business and help scale you to 7 figures and beyond in the next 12 months. That actually should say results-based business. We're going to help you create a results-based business, okay, and help you scale to 7 figures in the next 12 months, okay? So here's what we do. What we do is we get you crystal clear by helping you create a strategic game plan for your business. Then we're going to create your irresistible offer. From there, we're going to help you create a value ladder that scales so we know what our high-ticket product is, what our upsell is, core product, etc. Okay? We'll eventually get you to the point where we're going to be doing your branding. We'll work with you on that. We'll get your personal value proposition done. We'll help systemize your traffic and conversion strategies, and then we'll help you design your 7-figure funnel. We do a VIP pod. In fact, we have one coming up here at the end of September where we're going to put together what's called the 7-figure award checklist, okay? The 7-figure award checklist. We're going to be doing that. It's probably one of the best VIP pods that we have. We have 2 of them. This is amazing, and we help you do that. That's coming up at the end of September. What we can do for you is we can help you generate more high-converting leads and clients, okay? What you want is you want to be able to work with the perfect people, with the most attractive people. And so if you're going to be creating a 6-figure or a 7-figure coaching or consulting business, then what you're going to have is you're going to have to know who you want to work with. You're going to want to know your ideal client. You're going to want to know that if you're going to help people with your particular payoff, you want to marry the right people because those people are the ones you're going to get the results for. And so what we do is we try to help you get your messaging right. What we're doing right now is we help you get your messaging right because your messaging attracts and woos the right people. We marry that with a content strategy because content is what ultimately draws people to you. So we take your messaging, marry it with a content strategy, and we help you get more leads and clients. This is for people who just say, you know what, I just need to make more sales, please, okay? So here's how it works. So you get implementation events. We do 4 live implementation events every year. We do 4 of them. People always ask me, how many of those should you come to? And I'm like, all of them, okay? Every time you come to an event, you get further faster. If you had to do 12 coaching calls with me or come to the 4 events, I would tell you to come to the 4 events, okay? The events is where it's at. What makes CAVU different than other people is we do events. We don't just come here and teach. We actually, our implementation events is we do, okay? We do. And so you come here and we get you to stop learning and we get you to start doing. Second thing is we do strategic relationships. We're all about partnering you with people who can really help you. And inside Cavu, how many people do we have in Cavu now total? Has it broken 100 yet? Not yet. It's close though, right?
It will this weekend.
This weekend? Okay, it's close. It's in the 90s, okay? There's enough people inside there that you can build relationships with, that you can become incredibly strategic. Now, the nice thing about this is where's the best way to build strategic relationships? At implementation events. Okay, you can do it on Zoom if you want to, but this is where you build the relationships at. Okay, if you want to be successful, you have to surround yourself with successful people. Every month, the first Monday of every month, we go online and I coach live every single month. Okay, I give you new teaching, live teaching, fresh teaching, teaching I haven't done anywhere else before, the first Monday of every month. To help you, we have the next level core curriculum. So this is done. We give you back office. You can go in the back and you can get the next level coaching curriculum. So if I'm going too fast for you, you can go in there and get this curriculum and you can work at your own pace. Okay? This 12-step strategic operation process is in there. How to create an offer is in there. How to build a tribe is in there. How to write copy is in there. There's all kinds of great things inside this next level core curriculum. What's really great about this is we're coming up with part 2. This Training 14 program that we're doing is going to go along with this next level core curriculum. So you'll have 2 of them depending on what track you want to go, what you want to go through. Okay? You're going to get a customized yellow brick road, which means at the beginning, you and I are going to get on a phone, and I'm going to help lay out where it is that you're going. Because it's not a cookie cutter program. You want to know specificity. VIP pods, my second favorite part of the program. Okay? You and 4 other people are going to get together with me, and you and 4 other people and I are going to spend 3 days together, and I have to sneeze. Excuse me. Okay, we're going to spend time together at my house, and I'm going to help you dissect your business. There are 2 VIP pod tracks that we do. Number 1 is we do the 12-step strategic operation process, where it's you and me and 4 other people. We spend 3 solid days breaking down your 12 steps. So what we just built, imagine we're doing this in a few hours. We do it with you over the course of 3 days, where we take every one of those components and we work on it, we wrestle it, we write it out. And then when you're done, you have all of your messaging done. So if you need to write a long form sales page, it's done. If you need emails, it's done. If you need a webinar, it's done. Everything that you need, it's done. The second VIP pod that we do is the 7-step 2 Comma Club Checklist Award, where what we did was last year, I sat down and we took about 20 people who've done at least $10 million in revenue inside their business, and we interviewed them and we talked with them about how did you go from where you are to this particular level. And what we did was we noticed some trends. We noticed some things that every one of them were doing, some things that really surprised me and blew my mind. I took that and we put it in an entire pod, and that's a 3-day pod, and we walk you through this entire 7-step checklist. It's honestly the best thing. Here's what they're saying. This was Heather Quizzle. Simply the best 3 days of business coaching I've ever received. Okay, Heather Quizzle. Actually, that was, yeah. Chad, if all I received in Cavu was this 1 pod, it would have been worth the entire investment. Chad, this is special. No other influencer on the planet opens his home up and invites you into his world like you do. This was worth the price of the coaching. People are talking about that 1 pod. They're not talking about the 12 coaching calls. They're not talking about the 4 events. They're not talking about all of that. They're talking about that 1 particular pod. Okay? It's amazing. If you get to an event, get to it, but make sure you don't miss these particular pods. So what are we helping you do? Okay, we are helping you create your very own 7-figure coaching business. So if you're trying to create a coaching business or a consulting business or an agency, something like that, this is where it's at, okay? You're gonna get a strategic plan, you're gonna get an irresistible offer, you're gonna get a value ladder, you're gonna get your branding, we're gonna get your PVP, we're gonna get all your systems, we're gonna get your 7-figure funnel, we're gonna get your awards checklist right here. You're going to do it by coming to my house 4 times a year, maybe 5, but we try to put the VIP pods at the end of the event so you don't have to come twice, okay? Your strategic relationships, monthly coaching, next core curriculum, your yellow brick road, and your VIP pods, okay? So here's why you want to join us, okay? Here's why you want to be a part of this. Number 1 is we want to help you create residual income while you're building your credibility. So you don't have to wait till your credibility is built. We want to help you make money while you do it. I think it's just better to get paid to launch, Okay, I don't know about you, but I'd rather get paid to launch, right? It used to be you have to wait till your launch in order to get paid. We teach you how to get paid to launch, okay? You have a coach in a community that really cares for you, okay? You can say anything you want about me, okay? You like me, you hate me. You're never going to accuse me of not caring for you, okay? I'm going to be there, okay? When we have issues, I'm going to be on the phone. We're going to talk. We're going to work through them. Sometimes we'll talk about strategy. Sometimes we'll talk about personal things, okay? We care for you, okay? We'll be there. You'll always know what's my next step, okay? We'll walk you through that, okay? You're going to get real-time reviews of your funnel, ads, and messaging. Every Thursday at 9:30 in the morning, I'm live on a Zoom call. If you have questions about your funnel, about your ads, about your messaging, about your business, you get to come on live every Thursday. Now listen, this is one of the most powerful pieces of my coaching that nobody takes advantage of. So what I tell people is just show up on Thursday and it's going to be like a one-on-one call, right? Because it's probably going to be just me and you, okay? But this is great. But you get real-time reviews, okay? We're going to get you playing bigger, okay? We're going to get you playing bigger. And that's probably where it's at. Right now, some of you guys are playing small. Some of you guys are online, you're playing small. You're thinking small, you're playing small. Some of you guys, boy, if I could only do 50,000 or 80,000 or 100,000, you're playing way too small. And we're gonna get you playing bigger. I remember when the very first call we did with these two fabulous ladies up front, what were you charging for your coaching again? $197. Listen, they were charging $197 for their coaching, and they just told me yesterday that they made a declaration, correct me if I'm wrong, they made a declaration to raise the rate to $60,000. Am I right? Did I miss that?
Yeah, and we just did the silly math at lunch, and I think this is so worth saying, that if we, from September to December, we're gonna make $1 million, and all we have to do is get 10 sales, and in our private Facebook group, we have 4 people, we need to convert 400, and we have to convert 5%.
Right. Did you hear that? Yeah. So she says between now and Christmas, they're going to do $1 million by only getting 10 clients.
120 days.
And they're going to, and so you don't need to go get new prospects, new leads. You already got them. You already have a pond of people. See, that's one of the beautiful things about Cavu is we teach you how to build a pond of people who know you, like you, trust you, follow you. So when you go to make an offer, you don't have to go out to the cold world. You can go to the warm world. People that you've already been building trust and value with, which is awesome. And you girls are going to do it, right? And we're going to get you playing bigger, okay? We're going to get you playing bigger. Just get you thinking bigger. Dee is here from New York, okay? It's so funny. It's like Dee, it's so funny. Every time we get on a phone call, like you can just see her wheels turning. Like smoke comes out of her ears. Like you should see this. It's amazing.
We saw it.
Okay? Yeah. And then I remember 2 times ago we talked, like I saw the aha. I saw the breakthrough of what she's doing, okay? And so what were you doing the first time? You were doing like?
I was doing like
Strategies. And then you built the D7 strategy, and it was good. But then we got her to the point, so now she's doing speak, write, sell, right? So she helps people create their vision for their life, learn how to speak it, learn how to write it, learn how to sell it, which is what I love, right? See, that's all part of playing bigger. It's all part of getting you dreaming bigger, thinking bigger, okay? Why live in a small world? You know what I learned was that I get to design my life. And it gets to be as big or as little as I want. There's a really popular coach. His name is Alex Sharfin. And Alex is in our 7-day, he took our 7-day launch challenge and really bragged about it. Remind me, I'll tell you Russell Brunson's story in a minute. And he sent me a text one day and he goes, dude, your people like love you. I said, yeah. And then he asked me how much money we did in revenue and stuff like that. And he writes back, he goes, you need to have like a massive team. Like I can help you do this and this and this and this and this. And I just wrote him back and said, Alex, like, dude, I did that all my life. I do this so I can get away from that crap. Like, I don't want that. But if that's what you want, great. But that's not what I wanted. See, playing bigger for me is just doing things different. I don't need a staff of 50 people. Can somebody hand me the remote control? Somebody keeps messing around with the thermostat and turning the heater on instead of the air conditioner. Where's that white remote?
Well, this one's turned off.
Okay. Well, somebody turned this one off. They did this one bad. So let's do this here. Okay. Here we go. See, you guys got to stop messing with this. There we go. It was the other staff. Okay. Are we blaming this on Nancy? Goodness, Nancy. Way to turn the heater on in the middle of Arizona.
Check, you probably playing bigger, just doing what?
1 second. Playing bigger doesn't mean more. Playing bigger means living life on your terms. Okay? And so for me, I like having a few people on my team. I love the fact I don't have to manage a team of 20 people, 30 people. I love it, you know? And so for me, playing bigger is just living life on my terms, okay? And so that's what we want you to do. We're gonna help you create multiple streams of income. So who's Kavu for? Okay, Kavu is for a coach or consultant or a social media agency owner or lead gen specialist or a pastor, a funnel builder, a speaker, a digital marketer, e-commerce, authors, virtual assistants, photographers, copywriters, or basically anyone who's ready to elevate their business. This is who Kavu is for. How many of you would fall in one of these categories right here? Let me see your hands. Okay, online, how many of you would fall in one of these categories? Okay, most of us would, right? And how many of you would really fall in this category where I'm ready to elevate my business quickly, honestly, and profitably? I mean, how awesome would that be? Here's just a few pictures of some of the Kavuers in our program. We have a ton. We do events literally around the country. It's so much fun, okay? So Greg Atkins, can I play this? Do I have volume on this? Let's see. Okay, I'm gonna try to do something I've not done before. So you guys online, I'm gonna try to stand close to see if, see if you can hear Greg. This is what Greg said. You ready? Let's see if this works. Never tried this before.
My name is Greg Atkins. I'm a profit, hypergrowth, and exit strategist helping CEOs, entrepreneurs, and business owners to strategically plan and automate solutions in their business so their businesses become scalable, sustainable, and ultimately sellable. And I tell you that so that I give props to my man, Chad Thibodeaux. Not only has Chad flown out from the US to Australia and spent a full day masterminding with me, strategically planning and breaking down the business structures that we not only use, but we recommend to others. We've gone down and we've taken the complex stuff and we've made it simple. And that's one of Chad's greatest gifts. Yes, Russell Brunson awarded Chad Thibodeaux one of the top 30 designers in the ClickFunnels universe, but that's by far his greatest strength. His greatest strength is actually helping people to simplify and compress and condense their message into something that is powerful, impactful, and useful going forward for them to develop the business into the business they really want. Well, I've just been here at a VIP pod, my second VIP pod here with Chad. It's a very intimate environment where not only do you get Chad's greatness, but you also get the greatness of those others that are here with us in the pod. I couldn't recommend it highly enough. If you get the opportunity, if you're invited and you make it through the selection criteria, it's one of the best events you're going to come to here in a small, intimate environment. So he's going to pick apart and take apart your business with you really understanding some of the nuances, the impactful points of your business that we often overlook as business owners. So yeah, I can't recommend highly enough coming here to a VIP pod, the people that you'll meet and network with, and just having Chad to literally dissect your business with you, have you pull it all apart, readjust and re-affect every component of your business, put it back together in a more dynamic way, and leave here with full confidence knowing that what you've got together is going to really get your business to where you want it to go in a much more efficient and effective manner. So props to Chad Thibodeaux. Thanks again, my friend. Bye for now.
So that was Greg. Greg is one of our Kavu guys, Australia, and he came on. So we do a perk, like if you buy Kavu, if you pay in full for Kavu, I literally get on an airplane. I don't care where you are in the world. I'll get on an airplane, I'll go to your home, and I'll spend an entire day masterminding with you, breaking everything down, okay? And we spent a minimum 8 hours with Greg. It was a lot more than that because I was in Australia, so I wasn't gonna go for one day, okay? So we had a blast, but I go at my own dime, okay? I pay for that, okay? Part of your thing. So let's go, who do you guys wanna hear from? You got Liz, John, Creed, Dee, Dina, and Heather. We'll do one more. Who you wanna hear from? Liz, okay, let's see what Liz says.
Hi, Ms. Kapow. My name is Liz Benny, and I wanted to give a massive, massive, massive Kapow shout out to the amazing Chad Thibodeaux. Funny story is that this is the second time that I've done this video testimonial because I couldn't even say his name before because I was so excited to do this video testimonial. Now, here's the thing, is if you're in the online marketing space and you want the opportunity to grow and develop your online business, then Chad is a really phenomenal leader for you to learn from. I've been in a situation where I've actually watched him teach people And I was actually blown away with how simple he made the process for people to understand. So if you are a beginner in the online marketing space or an intermediate person in the online marketing space, I would say you must listen to Chad. You must learn from Chad. He's absolutely phenomenal. I give him a massive shout out myself. He also happens to be a dear friend, and that you shouldn't listen to that and go, oh, Liz is just giving him the shout out because she's his friend. No. Here's the thing: is that he is my friend because he's a person of absolute integrity. He is royally fun. He is he's a person of his word, which basically comes back to integrity as well. So. There are not many people in the marketplace at the moment that I would give a massive shout out to in the same way that I would give a massive shout out to the amazing Chad. So I love him a ton, and if you are looking for a leader in this industry, then he is certainly a person for you to learn from. So massive shout out. If you have the opportunity to work with him in one of his workshops, make sure you sign up for them ASAP. See you soon. Bye.
Thanks, Liz. What's interesting is Dina here. Dina's in Cavu. Dina came here. She signed up for Cavu. She came to an event. She learned about our VIP pods, which were the very next week. She lives in Canada, Toronto. She actually got on an airplane, flew back here for a VIP pod. And in this VIP pod, while we were there, she came and we helped her to develop a $40,000 offer. Okay, and in the first morning after the shoot, so we did VIP pod, went to bed. The next morning, we're at breakfast, sitting at that little brown table right in my kitchen, and she made an offer, and she sold 2 of them during breakfast. She had an $80,000 breakfast, which was awesome. Okay, which was pretty cool. So here we go. I'll do one more. So here we go. So, and this is Dina Martins.
Hi, my name is Dina Martins, and I'm a master medical spa strategist and consultant. I'm here at Chad's VIP event, and I cannot express how amazing this event has been for me. I come from the brick and mortar world, and I'm trying to leverage the online space. So I'm a complete newbie, and he has really broken everything down for me, made it so simple for me to understand. And he has really taken me by the hand and has helped me write out my scripts. He's helped me with my videos. I actually have assets now that I can implement into my business, and it's ready to go live in the next week or so. And I couldn't have done that on my own. There's no way that I could have done that on my own.
I mean, that's for Cree.
For Cree? Okay.
I don't see your Cree.
Okay, here we go. That one got cut off. I don't know what happened. There's more to that.
My name is Cree Gentile, and I'm a brand strategist, designer, and consultant. I started working with Chad about 2.5, 3 years ago, and he completely helped me revitalize my business. I had been so confused. I was in so much distress over my business. I felt like I didn't have the type of business that I strived for. I wasn't making the money that I wanted to be making. I wasn't making the impact. I didn't know how to organize my offers. I didn't know how to present myself as a highly credible, authoritative business. And it wasn't until I started working with Chad that he really helped me dial in on my zone of genius, my offers, my business and the way that I'm presenting my offers, and my position in the marketplace. He helped me to clarify so much that I went on to have over a 6-figure year. So within less than a year of working with Chad, I had a high ticket offer. I had a completely different business. I was serving the people that I wanted to be working with. I was making more of an impact. I was making more profit, and I was so much happier as a business owner. I finally have the dream business that I was searching for. And if it wasn't for Chad's help, I would have remained lost. I would have been just lost in the dark. So I cannot thank Chad enough for his incredible the education, the wisdom, his advice, his knowledge, his understanding of business marketing, and how to really take your business to the next level. So if you are on the fence, or you need, you're not sure if Chad is the right person for you, I would say just start working with him immediately, and you will see that right away he is. He is going to help you to gain the clarity that you need, the confidence that you need to become more of an authoritative, credible business owner that you are meant to be. So if you're on the fence, jump off, start working with Chad today, and you will not regret it. He will change your life. He will become a great friend in your life, a great resource, a great person to turn to when you need any support. He's always there for you. So work with Chad. He's amazing. He's going to change your business, and he's going to change your life.
Love it.
Awesome.
Thanks, Cree.
And it's so true.
Yeah, thanks, Cree. So just a lot of fun, okay? So let me tell you guys what you're going to get inside of Cavoo, okay? So really, honestly, we could just sort of take the value stack away. Really what you're going to get more than anything, and you can just take me out of the equation. Heather will probably tell you in that video right there that, hey, Chad's a bum, and he could come out of the program, and Cavoo's still going to be pretty good, okay? No, that's not what she's going to say. But basically, our community is really good. So all we're trying to do is we're just trying to help you get to where you want to go, okay? Is it the perfect coaching program? No, it's not. Is it a good coaching program? Yeah, it really is. But in the end, it can be as good as we want, but if you don't do the work, if you don't put the effort into it, you're not going to get any results. So it's only as good as you're willing to work. So what we do is we're going to give you an entire year of live coaching. Now, I'm going to make you guys a pretty special deal today, okay? So just hear me out, okay? I'm going to give you guys an entire year worth of live coaching. We're going to do a customized yellow brick road call with you. That's where you're going to get on the phone with me at the beginning, and we walk you through, and you get the choice, but we typically walk you through the pointer system. So I can either walk you through the pointer system or walk you through the complete funnel system, but we customize it to you. So it's not generic, it's not theory, it's practicality. You're going to get my next level coaching curriculum, which is in a back office, so you can study from us anytime you want. You're gonna get quarterly one-on-one calls. Now, here's the thing. See this word quarterly right here? You might as well throw that away, because how often do you guys get phone calls with me? Like every week, right? So we don't care. So what I do is I just tell Akila, like anytime they want to talk with me, they get to talk with me. They got me for a whole year. I don't care if they talk to me every week. For all year, I don't care. We don't put a timer on this. So you can sort of throw that away. So even though it says quarterly, you got me anytime you need me, anytime you want. You get weekly live reviews with Tribe 100. You get a VIP ticket to our sprint event. You get a 3-day 7-figure checklist VIP pod. And we throw in the 12-step strategic operation VIP pod if you want it. So we give that to you for free. Actually, I act as your accountability coach, okay? But we're going to start putting you in an accountability pod. You get Voxer access to me, and you get access to the private Cavoo event. Now, I don't know how, did we not get the, where's my events? I'm missing the big one. Are the events not on here? Did I miss that? You get 4 events, baby. Okay, you get to come to my home 4 times throughout the year. I don't know, we got to get that on there. I don't know how we missed that. You get to come to 4 events throughout the year. So this year in September, we have Write That Book Right Now. It's a 4-day mastermind here at my home where John Turner and I will walk you through the process of writing your signature book, okay? Or a bridge book. We call it a bridge book, okay? You have that one. We have the online course, like where you'll come back to an event and we'll design and create and film and build your entire online course while you're here. Remember, these are implementation, okay? These are implementation events. What other ones do we have? We got that one. What else? We got 4 of them. We have a sprint event where you get to come. We'll build out all your funnels. We have small event, big profit. We have high ticket mastery. Those are all included. I can't remember the other Cavoo event. I just can't remember what it was. I don't have it on me. But you get 4 live events. Okay, regardless of the content, it's going to help you get to where you want. So here's what we're going to do. Are you guys okay if I make you guys a pretty special offer? Okay, so we got a pretty special offer here that if you want to create your very own 7-figure coaching business and you want to jump into Cavoo, this is where you get me, okay? All the other programs, you get really good training, you get really good teaching. This one, you get me, okay? This is why it's a little bit more money. This is why it's $36,000. So, but we got a couple things to give you, okay? When you get Cavoo, you get everything I have. Okay, so in other words, like there's nothing that I'm not charging you for other stuff. So Launch Accelerator, you get it. Sprint event, you get it. VIP pod, you get it. Okay, online courses, you get it. You don't pay for anything else once you get Cavoo. You just got it, okay? You have Cavoo. And it's expensive. It's $36,000. So you put $3,000 down and $3,000 a month for an entire year. But the offer that we're giving you this week, which then we're going to by default extend to everybody else in Cavu, is we have what's called Cavu for life. And so if you jump on board and you buy while you're here, instead of paying the $36,000 every year, you pay it once, and then you're going to get it renewed for free every year as long as I do it. Okay? So as long as I have Cavu, it's called Cavu for life. The only thing you ever pay for after you get in is when you come to an event. We have a really cool chef who cooks for us, and then we have people who clean up to make sure the place is clean because I'm a slob, okay? And you don't want to be sitting in my stuff, okay? So you pay $249 for the event. That's it. But we take care of your lodging, we take care of all your food, we take care of everything. So it's not $240 a night, it's just flat $249, and you get to come to whatever we have. And so that's the only thing you ever pay for other than that. If we ever have online courses, if we ever have VIP events, if we ever have anything else, you just get all of that for free, okay? Anything that we ever do. And the deal we're making is if you jump on board today with us, then when you pay for it this year, we'll give it to you for free. So it's not, you don't have to renew every year, you're just going to get it, okay? And so that's the deal that we have going on. And so you can do it. The second deal that we have going on is if you take the pay in full option, then wherever you are in the world, whenever they open up, I'll jump on an airplane, I'll fly to you, and I'll spend an entire day masterminding with you on your business, helping you get to the clarity that you need, and we'll get you up and running and live relatively quickly. So pretty simple process. It's $3,000 down, $3,000 a month. Our risk reversal is pretty simple, okay? It's called the Pause Your Payment Promise. You pay the $3,000 down. I'm going to work with you. We're going to create a high-ticket offer. We're going to launch it within your first 45 days. Now, that's sort of the key, okay? Because we have 45 days to launch, 45 days to perfect it, okay? I believe in our system well that if you do it, and you do it well enough, and we do everything right, okay, that we're fingers crossed, in our beta portion of it, you should make that money back. Not the $9,000, but the $36,000. We believe that if we don't make you money, we don't deserve your money. So what we say is you've got to come up with the 3 payments. I can't do anything about that. But on day 91, if you haven't made all $36,000 back, okay, I will pause. I will just go into the system. We'll pause your payments. You're not going to get billed anymore. I'll pause your payments until you hit that $36,000 in revenue. Okay, because we want you to get 100% of your investment back as quickly as possible. And if we don't, I don't think that I deserve your money. And so because of that, we push pause on your payments. So we want you guys to jump on board. Keela is going to put in the chat room. She's going to put the link, okay, cavucoaching.com/join, and it's got some numbers. I don't know why it's not working with the numbers, but she's going to put that in the chat room. If you guys want to jump on board, you can. Now, there's a couple ways. Some of you guys are saying, man, I'm ready. Let's go. I'm ready to pay my $3,000. We're in. We want you to jump on board and do that. Some of you guys may want to talk with Nancy and say, I got a couple questions or whatever. So here's the thing. So if you're ready to jump on board, go to that program and hit join. If not, you just go to cavucoaching.com and hit the apply button. Okay, and when you hit the apply button, it's going to come here. That work? You hit apply here, and you can put your information in, right? I can't do this. You put your name in, and here's what it'll look like, okay? So you put your email in, and you put your phone number in. You guys are going to get to see my mobile number. Okay, you put that in, and then what it's going to do, it's going to submit it, okay? And then once it submits, it's going to take you to this little video. This is what my old studio used to look like, okay, my former studio. That was right here, okay? And just watch this handsome guy right here. And then you can schedule an appointment with Nancy, and Nancy will come on and she'll spend some time with you, and she will get you in there. So what you do is you schedule the call. So you schedule the call, and then after you, so like let's say you do that. So after you schedule the call, okay, you're going to pick a time. Okay, so let's say you're going to do Monday. You pick a time at that particular time. Okay, and then is it doing it right? Okay. Oh. Hold on. You pick a time, Monday, hit the continue button, and then you put your information in here. And what this is going to do, this is going to forward on to Nancy, okay? So Nancy's going to get her information in here, okay, and then you put your stuff in. Now, why do you do this twice? You do it twice because I get it and she gets it, okay? Okay, you put that in here, and then you're going to say, okay, bam, and then it books your call, and then it takes you to the next page, and then you can have an application, okay? You fill out this application. It's really good questions. You just come in and you fill out this application, and when you're done, you submit it, and we get your application, we get your schedule, we get on the phone with you on Monday, and then we'll book you out Monday. So we don't put any hard pressure on you. We want you guys to come in today, okay? And so we really want that. If you need to wait and go through the enrollment call process and fill all of the application stuff, you're welcome to do that as well. But if you're ready to build yourself a 6 or 7 figure business, you're ready to get to the next level, well, I want to invite you to do that. So I want to know who my Cavooers are, my Cavaliers as we call them. Okay, we have a big party coming up September 24th through the 27th. And we want you to come and be a part of this. Now, starting in September, you only get to stay at my house if you're part of Cavoo. If you're part of Launch Accelerator, you're part of Sprint, you're part of whatever, it's fine, but Cavoo's getting so big now that we've only got room for Cavaliers, and so everybody else is going to have to go down, and they're going to stay at the True Hotel just down the street. But if you want the VIP experience, jump on board and get involved in Cavoo today. So let me know if you guys are ready. Just say Cavoo or say I'm in, and we'll get you taken care of. Go to that link that Akila put in there, and then we will get right on it. And Akila will get you guys booked on my calendar on Tuesday. Anybody who jumps on board, Akila's finding this out. We'll get you on my calendar on Tuesday, and we'll do your initial phone calls, and we'll get you started this coming Tuesday. So jump on board, get on board, let's go. You guys got it?
Yes.
And the whole crowd goes wild. Okay, you guys ready to learn?
Yeah.
All right, everybody up.
Yay.
Okay, let's learn. Okay. Now, what I just showed you is a soft pitch. Everybody up. It's a soft pitch of where we're going. Okay, of what we're doing, okay? I didn't do it by the letter of the law because there's some etiquette to doing it at events as opposed to doing it in a sales page, but you're gonna see. Okay, so what we're gonna do here is let me grab this guy, move him out of the way. Okay, we're gonna move this out of the way. And then now what we're gonna do is we're gonna come here. Oops. Okay, we're going to come here and we're going to take the next step. So now what we're going to do is we're going to go to our pitch. What part? No, stay up. I got to get your energy flowing. Got to get that blood flowing. So now we're going to go to pitch. Okay, pitch. Let's talk a little bit about this pitch. You guys remember the movie Wolf of Wall Street? Jason Belfort or whatever his name is. Okay, remember Leonardo DiCaprio was playing his part, and he goes to the guy, and what did he say? He said, "Sell me." He said, "Sell me this pen," right? And a couple guys fumbled, and then he starts screaming and shouting and gives this big, swear word laced, speech about whatever. But a lot of us, that's what we think about when we think about selling. We think about, sell me this pen. We think about like there's some kind of, giftedness that you need. Like you have to be a salesperson, a built-in salesperson, to sell me this pen, right? And so some people believe that sales is a gift. Like, boy, that person's just gifted. They can sell. And what I want to show you is there's actually a way to sell without selling. And it's called pitching. We all have to pitch. Now, I want to give you guys a word that we can use instead of pitch. And it's called opportunity. We're giving people an opportunity to work with us, okay? So, for instance, if Ross teaches people how to speak on stage, Ross is giving those people an opportunity to not only learn how to speak on stage, but also to have a stage that they can speak on, right? So he's giving them an opportunity. He's not selling them. He's not pitching them. He's rolling out the red carpet for you and saying, let me help you do this. And that's easier when it starts with the payoff. So what are you giving these people? You're giving them an opportunity, okay? An opportunity. So we're going to take the word sales out. We're going to take the word pitch out. We're going to talk about an opportunity. I'm going to give you an opportunity to do something. So let's talk a little bit about that opportunity. Now, the thing is remember on the very first day, the very first words out of my mouth, remember what I said? I said, everybody take your hands like this. Okay, everybody take your hands like this, okay? Put them on your temple. Remember I said rub them forward, rub them backwards, take your right hand, put it down. And then I said, why'd you guys do that? And you guys said, because you told us to. Well, this is the power of being an authority. Power of being an authority is you can stand on a platform, you can present an opportunity, and if you do it well, if you do this well, when you give people an opportunity and then you tell them to buy your stuff, they will do it. Okay, does this make sense? If you do this right. So now let's transition from our pathway to our pitch here, and let's transition and get this right. You guys can sit down. I just want a little energy to go in your bodies, okay? So here we go. So let's position. So the next part right here, after pathway, is our product, okay? Is our product. Okay, this is our product, okay? Yesterday we learned that our product has got to have a name, a description, and what else?
Payoff.
And an outcome. Name and description and an outcome, okay? There's actually more things to it, but in our process right here, okay, our process right here is going to have a name, description, outcome. So what we're going to do is there's a transition word that gets you from here to here, and it's the word introducing, okay? Introducing. Or that's why I created. Okay? So those two transition phrases move you from here to here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to show you a little bit of a story. I'm going to move you all the way to right here. Is that okay? Here's sort of how it would work. And this is what I want you to do for your business. Yes, ma'am? No. Oh, I see that hand. I was a Baptist preacher for a long time. You raise your hand. I see that hand. Come down and get saved. Repent. Okay, here we go. Hey, are you a speaker, pastor, coach, consultant, and author, and you're trying to start your very own business? You know, when you first got into business, chances are there were 3 S's that dictated things. Okay, the first one was security. You got into that job where you started that business because you wanted security, and it provided the financial security that you needed for you and your family. And it also provided some significance. I mean, you had a title, you had that health insurance, you had everything that you wanted. So you had security and you had significance. But it also did something else for you. It made you feel good inside. And because of that, everything was firing on all cylinders with your spirituality as well. Okay, so you had security, you had significance, and you had spirituality. And that's why you got into that business. But after a while, what you learned was your value to that company began increasing and increasing dramatically, but your paycheck didn't. And so what happened is all of a sudden this job that you used to love, now you sort of begin dreading it. You hate getting on the bus, you hate riding the train, or you hate making the commute every day to go into work, and now your security is sort of decreasing because you're not making as much money as you should. Now your significance is decreasing because you don't have the security that you want, and it's really having an impact in so many other aspects of your life. And now your spirituality and your relationships are beginning to decrease as well. And so what you know is you want to be able to create a side hustle, or you want to be able to create a business that refills those tanks again. You want to be able to live life on your own terms. You want to be able to have the flexibility and the freedom that you want. If you're anything like me, you're sick of having a boss, and you want to be able to fire your boss, and you want to take a risk, and you want to be able to start your own business and live that lifestyle, live that laptop lifestyle that you've seen so many people promote over the years. Okay, but there's a problem. The problem is you don't really know how to do it. Chances are you're overwhelmed. Chances are you don't know where to start. Chances are you suck at tech. And there's a great possibility that you don't have a lot of time in your day, so your time margin is pretty shifted, and it's never allowing you to have the freedom that you want, and so your dream just sits on the sideline. But listen, can you just imagine what it would be like to be able to go and watch your son play baseball, and you have your laptop in your lap, and you're working and watching him at the same time? Or if you want to take a vacation, or if something happens, you don't have to go submit a PTO form. okay? If you don't like something, you don't have to go to HR. You can actually fix it and resolve it yourself. But really, let's just think about this. Let's think about those 3 S's again. Let's think about the security. What if you could generate income, and the amount of income that you made was completely dependent on how hard you worked? Or it was completely dependent upon you. And instead of making millions and millions of dollars for someone else, you're now taking those efforts and you're putting that money into your own pocket. What would that do for your security? What about significance? Wouldn't you feel great if you're having influence and impact with people literally all around the world, and you could break free from that shackle and you could just help people? And what would that do to your emotions? What would that do to your spirituality? Wouldn't it help your relationships? Wouldn't things between you and your significant other be better if you actually loved what you did and you loved that person that you looked in the mirror? But you know that. I'm not the only person who's ever told you that. So if you're anything like me, you've gone out and you've bought tons and tons of online courses. In fact, when I first got into this business, I bought almost $20,000 worth of online courses. In fact, I paid a coach $10,000 for 1 day of coaching. That's right, 1 day of coaching. That's all I got. And it was a little sad too, because when I showed up to his office, he was late. He had forgotten about our appointment, and I had flown from Phoenix to Atlanta, paid him $10,000, and he forgot about it. He showed up a little bit late with a Starbucks, went, did some business, came in and coached me a little bit. We went to lunch, and he made me buy lunch, which was really crazy. Gave me a couple more hours, but I'm so grateful for that, because what he taught me in that short amount of time is I'm enough. He taught me I can do it, and he showed me the building blocks that I needed to be able to break free from my 9 to 5. And I want to be able to do the same thing for you. But what are we going to do about that time? You don't have a lot. Chances are you don't have $20, $30, $40, $50,000 to invest in 1 or 2 days of coaching. Okay, and you got all kinds of problems. You're overwhelmed, and this overwhelm has caused you to be paralyzed, and your dream is sitting on the back burner. And I remember when I was going through that, I had all sorts of emotions. I remember just when I was broke, I just remember thinking, like, you know, why is it that I'm 40 years old and everything that I'm touching is turning to coal, and people half as talented as me are making twice as much money as I am? I remember having a conversation with my former significant other, and her just really getting on me and telling me, well, why are you going doing that again? Because I was chasing a multi-level marketing thing, and she just reminded me that I start all of these things and I never finish them, and this is going to be another flop and another failure. And I remember what I felt like that. In fact, so much so that it ended me up on the couch. And I was in the doghouse, and I slept on the couch for days and days and days, because my lack of significance was causing a lack of security, which caused a lack of spirituality inside of me, and it put so much strain on our relationship that I literally got booted out of the bed onto the couch. It wasn't just that I was uncomfortable because I was sleeping on the couch. It was uncomfortable because when I went to the mirror and saw that guy, I didn't like him. I didn't like him at all. And it caused me to have a lot of stress. It caused me to have a lot of anxiety. It caused me to despise that particular person. And if I was honest with you, I would tell you that I had all kinds of really, really, really dangerous thoughts. And chances are you're there as well. Chances are you're right there at that moment, and you know that you're at a breaking point and something's got to change. Hi, everybody. I'm Chad Thibodeaux. I'm a business coach and launch strategist, and I help speakers, pastors, coaches, consultants, and authors create their very own online coaching and consulting businesses so they can break away from their 9 to 5 and create the life they can live on their terms. Now, I'm a pretty blessed guy, okay? I've been privileged to work with over 3,200 clients in 54 countries around the world. I've led the CF Design Academy, where we've raised now nearly $1 million over the last 3 years for single moms and nonprofits all around the world. I'm a ClickFunnels top 6 designer, and I built funnels for the likes of Tony Robbins, Russell Brunson, Dan Henry, and some of the biggest names in the online marketing space. But it hasn't always been that way. And then I won't do it, but I'll go back and tell my August 11th story. I remember August 11th, 2017. I'll go back and tell that story. But I'm so thankful for it, because through the process, I learned something that I want to pass on to you. You know what I learned? I learned, number one, that my destiny is determined by me, not by anybody else. I'm not dependent upon anybody else. If I'm successful, I get the credit. If I fail, I get the blame. And I learned through that process that if I will just stop depending on other people to make me successful, that life would happen. I also learned through this process that coaching allows me to have the most amount of the 3 I's, most amount of impact, most amount of influence, and most amount of income. But I also learned that selling high ticket is where it's at. Because if I wanted to make 6 figures, I could create $15,000 to $25,000 coaching programs, sell 4 or 5 of those throughout the course of the year, and I can make 6 figures. And what I learned was a secret that you may not believe me right now, I'll convince you of later, that actually selling a $25,000 coaching program is so much easier than selling a $2,500 coaching program. So I learned that high ticket is where it's at. And I learned that funnels, if you can create a funnel that generates some leads, that you'll never be broke. You'll never be broke because people will learn about you and they're going to want to work with you all the time. So I want to make you a promise, okay? I want to make you a promise that if you work with me, I will help you create your very own 6 or 7 figure coaching and consulting business. I want to make a promise to you that if you'll let me teach you some of the things that I discovered, okay, that you can make a massive shift in your particular life, and I'll be right there with you. See, over the last 2 years, I've helped 15 people get what's called the 2 Comma Club Award. The 2 Comma Club Award is where you make $1 million in a particular funnel, and 15 people in my CABU program have walked across the stage and got their 2 Comma Club Award. But you know what I'm also most excited? Is that hundreds and hundreds of people have made 6 figures or multiple 6 figures in their business. We've literally seen hundreds of people, okay, get to the $10,000, $20,000, $30,000 year mark. But you know what's cool? I can say with all integrity that we've helped thousands of people start. And you can't ever get to where you want to go unless you start. So I want to make you a promise. I'm going to make you a promise that we're going to get you started incredibly quickly. I'm going to make you a promise that we're going to give you a significant process that you can follow. That's simple, step by step, and almost like dot to dot easy. And we're going to help you build your very own 6 or 7 figure business. Now let me show you how I do that, okay? The way I do that is using what's called my pointer system, okay? So what we do is right now, chances are you're overwhelmed, you're frustrated, you're aggravated, and man, all you want is you just want a live, profitable business. So what we do is we start with the P. This is where I help you create your very own product. Aren't you tired of making money for the man? We help you create your very own product. We give you a basic, simple pathway to help your clients get results, and we help you create a payoff, okay, because people buy the payoff. It's like going to the dentist, right? Nobody ever buys the long Novocaine needles and the really sharp drills. They buy pearly white teeth and pain-free lifestyle. We help you figure what that is for your business. Then we put it in an irresistible offer, an offer that's so irresistible that people feel silly if they tell you no. Once we get that offer launched, or offer ready, then we launch it. We launch it to people. What we know is, and what my clients have proven, is chances are your first 5 to 7 clients, I'm talking about your high-end clients, your $10,000 to $20,000 clients, chances are the first 5 to 7 people are people that you already know, people already in your circle of influence. And we show you how to do an internal launch to make those sales to those people. Once we launch it, there's going to be aspects of it that are really good. There's also going to be aspects of it that are really bad. So we're going to go back and we're going to evaluate that. We're going to nurture that launch. And we're going to create a follow-up system to see if we can make even more sales. Once we've proved the launch is good, then what we're going to do is we're going to build a tribe. We're going to build a group of people who know you, like you, trust you, follow you. You're going to be the capital L leader in this particular group. And what's awesome about building a tribe is once you build a tribe of 200, 300, 400, 500 people, no longer are you ever dependent upon outside cold audiences. Now, people like Molly and Rosalind, a couple of my clients, they're finding out that they built a tribe of 400 people, and now they believe they're going to be able to turn that tribe of 400 people into $1 million in the next 100 days. That's how powerful tribes are. So we help you build a tribe. Once we get our tribe built, then we're going to run some traffic, not to sell more products, but to build a bigger pond, to build more tribe, okay? And what's really good about this is the bigger your tribe gets, the bigger your bottom line gets. Then, once we've done that, now it's time to elevate you. Now it's time to get you to rarefied air. Now we're going to elevate you and help you emerge as an expert by creating a content strategy with you that's going to draw more people to you. And then we're not going to sell that. We're going to give it away. I'm going to teach you the law of reciprocity, where you give your best stuff away, and I'm going to show you how to transition that into getting paid more money than you've ever been paid in your life. It's called my pointer system. And this pointer system is what I created to help people just like you go from broke to 6 or 7 figures in just a matter of days. Remember that story I told you earlier where I made $250,000 in just 90 days? It saved my house, it saved my student loans, okay? It saved my dignity. And to be brutally honest with you, it probably saved my life. Well, that story is exactly why I created Kavu. This is exactly why I created Kavu. So I want to introduce you to Kavu, which is a live and interactive 12-month coaching system designed to help you create and launch your very own 6 or 7 coaching program. And that's where we would get right there, right? Do you see how that story works? Do you see how this works? Do you guys follow me? You guys bored? You guys nodding off? But do you guys see how that works? Okay, so if you guys are online, that just sort of flows, right? It just sort of comes. And what you find is it just sort of works through the process. So if you can get yourself up to this point, this is your hook in your story. Now it's time to move to your offer or your opportunity. And that's where I want to take you guys now. Does that make sense? Are you guys with me? Okay. So can you see how this would help? If you had this written out and you had it done, it was for your business, could you see how much clarity you could gain? Okay. So let's go to the next one, okay? So the next step after product is proof. Proof. Okay, proof. Okay, proof. This is 3 to 5 testimonials of people saying you're good. Okay? 3 to 5 testimonials. And the type of social proof that you're trying to get, the type of testimony, hey, what time is it?
2.
Okay, don't let me forget, I need to leave at 2:30. Is somebody getting my kids or am I getting my kids?
We'll get them.
Huh? Did Nancy leave?
I guess. I don't know.
Okay. Okay. So proof. Okay. So with proof, you want a few different types of social proof. Okay. One is you want video. Okay. Those videos I showed you earlier, pretty powerful, aren't they? Okay. You want video. Second is you want written. Written is the least powerful, but the easiest to get. But the most impactful are screenshots. Okay, screenshots. Facebook screenshots of people saying you're really good. For whatever reason, we just sort of believe that those are real and legitimate. Okay? And so if we can get some screenshots, that's better. So we've got to get these screenshots. Okay? So you come in here and say, this is why I created my program, this, and this. Okay? And here's what Heather says. Here's what Dina says. Here's what Greg says. Here's what Cree says. Here's what John says. Okay? It's proof. Okay? It's proof. Now, we move to the next level. And this is where it gets a little heady, but really good. Now what we're going to do is we're going to move down here to what we call perceived value. Okay? Perceived value. Okay? Now what is perceived value? Perceived value has 2 components to it. Hang in there. I know I'm giving you a lot of information. But on this side, this is what we call the value stack. On this side, this is what we call the emotional stack. Okay? So perceived value has 2 components of it. Number one, on one side it's got the value stack, on the other side it has the emotional stack. Now let's look at this. Okay? The value stack, this is where you tell them what it is that they're going to get. Okay? So the value stack says this. Okay? You're going to get whatever component it is you're telling them. Okay? Valued at $1, a particular dollar amount. Okay? Does that make sense? And then you tell them something else. You're going to get this. Okay? Valued at $1 amount. Then you're going to get this. Valued Add a dollar amount. Are you with me? And so now what goes here? What I like to put here, remember yesterday when we talked about the 6 things? You guys remember that? I like to put that here. So yesterday we said you have to have a product, you have to have a pathway, you have to have access, you have to have tools, you have to have coaching, and you have to have community. All I do is I just transport them, okay? Just like this. This is what I put in my value stack, okay? Are you with me? And then once I put that in my value stack, okay, then things get really simple, okay? Is this copy? Oh, well. So then things get really simple, okay? At the end of the value stack, it's going to give me a number. It's going to be a total, okay? Total value of whatever, okay? So let's say that this was valued at, 1K, and this was valued at 2K, and this was valued at 3K, and we added those up. This is going to be a total value of $6,000. This make sense? Okay, so my value stack here, on my left side, I put the components, I put a value to it, I add it up, and it's a total value of 6,000, right? Now remember, what can we charge? 10 to 20%, and this is where we get our number. So if I valued it at $6,000, what can I charge for this program? $600 to $1,200, right? Does that make sense? So at the end of the day, you'll know how much value you have in your product based on this particular number, okay? But then you say, but I'm not going to charge you that, okay? Okay, I'm not going to charge you that. That's where you're at, okay? Not gonna charge. But if all this did was blank, would it be worth it? If all this did was blank, would it be worth it? If all this did was blank, would it be worth it? What do we put in here? How do we get these? Okay? Remember back at the beginning when we came up here to this pain and we said that we're going to have you write out your pain points? Okay? You guys remember this? Okay. This part is, hey, if all this did, okay, if all this did was solve pain point number 1, would it be worth it? If all this did was solve pain point 2, would it be worth it? If all this did was solve pain point 3, would it be worth it? Does that make sense? Okay, so this is where the correlation comes between your pain and your perceived value. Earlier, we wrote out all of your pain points. Now, we're bringing it down and making sense of it. Okay? Are you getting it? I don't think you got me. Molly, you getting this? You understanding this?
Yeah.
Okay, so give me one pain point. Like those of you guys online, so give me a pain point. Like what's one pain point that your audience has that your product solves? Okay, just give me one. D, what's one pain point? Not a problem. What's one pain point that your audience has that your product resolves? They're overwhelmed. Okay? That sounds like a problem to me. What happens if that continues?
They get frustrated.
And what happens if they get frustrated?
They don't move, they get stuck.
They get stuck, okay? And if that manifests itself, what happens in pain? Now get out of problems and move to pain. Now, how does that settle in their spirit emotionally?
They feel like a failure.
Okay, if all this does is help you get your business launched and help you move past the point of a failure where you feel incredibly successful, would it be worth it? Does that make sense? Okay, so what you're doing in your emotional stack is you're getting them to say, listen to me, you're getting them to say, okay, you're getting them to say that, you're getting them to say yes, you're getting them to say yes, that is worth it. You're getting them to say yes at your high dollar. You're getting them to say, yes, if all this did was blank, it would be worth it. So if they're going to say, yes, it would be worth it at the high value, then it's a no-brainer when you bring the cost down. Are you with me? Okay? So yes, it would be worth it. So now what we do is now we got to come over and we got to price it. Okay? We have to price it. And that's where this comes in. Okay, price. Now, the price follows a thing called price anchor. So here's what I want you to do. I'm going to give you guys something that's pretty powerful. I don't teach this a ton. I'm going to do it, but I need you guys to change your state. Okay? I need you guys to change state because it's tired. It's late in the afternoon. You guys have been sitting online for a long time. And I'm getting ready to give you something that can really blow your business up. So I need you to change your state, okay? So somebody do something different, okay? So we're going to have a little fun. You ready? Okay, repeat after me. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. What movie is that from?
Sound of Music.
Sound of Music. There we go, right? Okay, perfect. So we got to change. You guys sing with me online? Okay. I'm going to show you this thing called price anchoring. What is price anchoring? Anybody know?
It's when you throw out a high number so that their brain is already like in that realm, and then when you negotiate, anything seems like a discount from them. You're anchoring the basket.
It all seems affordable, right? So for instance, okay, with Cavu, it's $36,000. Tomorrow, I'm going to present to you a $10,000 product, and Sunday, I'm going to present to you an $83 a month product. Okay? Here's what we know about people. What we know about people is we are programmed to think the first number you hear is too expensive. I don't care if that number is $97 or $970,000. The first number you hear, you cannot afford it. Okay? So we do this little thing called price anchoring. So what price anchoring says, as Nicole said, is that we're going to come up here and we're going to put a high price in their mind. What high price are we putting in their mind? This one, right? We're moving this right here, okay? The total value of our product, we're moving it over here. We're creating a high price in their mind, okay? Then what we're going to do is we revisit the stack. Okay? We revisit the stack, and then we lower the rate, okay? So we do price drop 1, okay? Price drop 1. Okay, so let's just say, just for the sake of this, that that's 60,000, not 6,000, okay? Let's just say that we were able to add this up. It's a total value of $60,000, okay? And hey, if all this did was this, would it be worth 60? If it did all that, yes, it would be worth 60,000, okay? So we come in here. And we say, okay, so for $60,000, then we remind them what it is they get. For 60 grand, you get this and this and this and this and this and this. But I'm not going to, I told you earlier, I'm not going to charge you $60,000. But if you jump on board today, you're going to give them price drop 1. I like to drop this typically by 50%. Okay? But if you jump on board today, you can come on board for $32K. Okay? Whatever, right? Roughly 50% of the price drop. Then with price drop, what you're going to do is you're going to go here now, and you're going to make it, remember the 3 things we learned yesterday? Okay? You're going to make it silly math. Okay? Okay, and from silly math then, you're going to come in and you're going to do price drop 2. Okay, price drop 2. Okay? Which is going to be something lower than that. Then you'd make it expensively affordable by putting a payment plan. Okay, expensively affordable. And then what you do is you come in here and then you make it stupidly irresistible by putting in a risk reversal. You guys with me? You put in a risk reversal. And then you do your final drop. Okay? You do your final drop.
So you're dropping 3 times, just to clarify?
Yeah. You don't have to, But if you have a really high number like that, it's best to do that.
So we got to drop from the 36,000 you're going to charge us?
Well,
More coming?
I'm just making it to, no, because I didn't hard pitch you, yeah.
What time did you get out?
They got it 2:40. What time is it?
I gotta go to the store, so
215.
Okay, do you know how to get them?
it was straight down the road, right?
McQueen and Warner. McQueen and Warner. Okay.
Legacy, right?
What? It's called Legacy in North Chandler. There's all kinds of Legacies. But it's in North Chandler, just on McQueen and Warner. Okay. What time is it? 2:13. Well, we'll be done in 7 minutes. So I may go with you. Okay. All right. So you do the final price drop. Okay. So you get high price, revisit stack, price drop, silly math, whatever. So you guys want to see how this works in action?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. So let me show you how this works in action. So come on. Okay, so we're out here at the product, right? Okay, and so we're going to take a break after the product. Well, actually, the other ones are really fast. So we're going to take the product. So introducing, Thibodeaux Coaching. Thibodeaux Coaching is a 12-month live and interactive coaching program designed to help you build your very own 6 or 7 figure coaching business. Here's Heather, here's Greg, here's Dina, here's Cree, here's John, here's Roz, here's Molly, here's whoever, right? Now, the perceived value. When you get this, and I'll go through the things, you're going to get 12 months of coaching valued at $90,997. You're going to get 4 events valued at this much money. You're going to get this, total value of $90,000, whatever. Okay, whatever the value is. Now, I'm not going to charge you $90,000, but hey, if all this did was actually help you build a 6-figure-a-year business where you got to resign your job, wouldn't that be worth it?
Yay!
Hey, if all this did was give you the significance and satisfaction that you get to work with people who bring you energy and bring you significance, and those people that you don't want to work with, you can put your foot in their proverbial butt and kick them out, and you can only work with a perfect client, wouldn't that be worth it? Hey, if all this did was make it where you were your own HR team, and you got to give yourself permission to travel the world and to go on vacation, wouldn't that be worth it?
Yes.
But at the end of the day, if all this did was help your relationships get better, allow you to spend more time with your family, and you could literally live life on your terms, honestly, isn't that what it's all about? Wouldn't that be worth it? Well, here's the thing. I told you that it's valued at $90,000, but I'm not going to charge you $90,000, okay? Okay? But, for the cost of the program, you're going to get this and this and this and this and this and this and this. And at the end of the day, you're going to be able to build your very own 7-figure coaching business, okay? But here's the thing. I want to make you a deal. I want you guys to jump on board, and I want you to get involved, okay? And so to do that, okay, with as much as we give you and as much as time as I spend you, it's not uncommon, okay? It's not uncommon, to hire somebody for around $50,000 to $60,000 a year. If you were to hire somebody to do this kind of work, it would cost a lot of money. So we're going to lower the price down to $52,000, okay? $52,000. Now, really, $52,000, it may sound like a lot, but it's not a lot. Let me show you. Because if I can help you create a product, okay, let's say that I can help you create a $10,000 coaching product, okay? And with a $10,000 coaching product, I can very easily help you sell 1 to 2 of those per month, okay? 1 to 2 of those per month, okay? You're going to be creating a $250,000 business, right? You'll be creating a $250,000 business in no time at all. Let me ask you, if I can help you create a $250,000 business, would you trade me $50K for $250K? Yeah, of course you can. But you know what? Most people, what they do when they get into this, okay, they don't charge $10,000. I actually help them get to $25,000. In fact, this morning, I was just talking with a client who raised their rates to $60,000, okay? We try to help you do this, but with $25,000. Well, if you can make 1 or 2 sales a month, okay, you don't have a $250,000 business, you have a $600,000 business, okay? Would you trade me $52K for $600,000? Of course you could. See, this is the kind of business that Thibodeaux helps you make. Now, let me ask you this. If I was to be able to create you a system that was able to generate leads, where you got on maybe 2, 3, 4 coaching calls every single week, do you think that if you were to work 40 hours a week doing nothing but talking with those people, do you think you could sell 1 or 2 of these products every single month? Yeah, in fact, I know you can. In fact, history tells me that you can. But here's the thing. I want you to get on board. And so as you can see, we're going to be able to help you generate somewhere between $250,000 and $600,000 in your first 12 months. But I want you to do it. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to jump on board. I'm not going to charge you $52,000, even though it's only $1,000. $1,000. I'm going to lower the rate right now to $36,000 or to $42,000. Okay, to $42,000. Now, let me see if I can help. And actually, what I do is I would typically lower it down to 36 right now. So I'm going to drop the price to $36,000. Now listen, that's a lot of money, but I want to help you. I want to help you be able to afford it. So what I've done is we've created an interest-free loan. Okay, I'm willing to finance this for you, interest-free. Okay, 12 months, same as cash. You pay $3,000 down, and we'll automatically deduct $3,000 every month for an entire year. Okay, so we're going to help make this affordable for you. We're going to help you do it. But guys, when you think about this, when you sell your first client, okay, when you sell your first client, you're going to be profitable right away. Okay, so we do that. Now, what I want to do is I want to make this so irresistible that you feel sort of silly by saying no. Is that okay?
Yeah.
So here's what I want to do. I'm so confident in our system. I'm so confident in what we do that I'm going to make you an offer that hopefully you can't refuse. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to put my money where my mouth is. Because I believe that if I don't make you money, then I don't deserve your money. I can't do anything about the first 3 payments. You have to have some skin in the game. Because those who pay attention. But if you'll jump on board with Kavu today, okay, and you pay your $3,000 down, we'll jump right in in the next 72 hours. We'll jump right in. We'll get you started. We'll get you coaching. We're going to help you create your very own high-ticket product. Okay, we're going to put it in an offer so it's stupidly irresistible, and we're going to get you launched ASAP. Remember, I believe 5 to 7 of your first clients are going to come from people you already know. If you have a $25,000 product and you sell 5 of those, that's $125,000. Okay, what would you do with an extra $125,000? That would change your life. Okay, it would transform your life. Okay, for most people, that's what you make an entire year. We're going to try to get that to you just as quickly as possible. You're going to come on board. You're going to pay the first $3,000 down, and we're jumping in. We're going to put you on the express lane of launch, and we're going to go. We're going to hit it hard. We're going to get rid of the excuses, and you and I'm going to grab you by the hand, and we're just going to go. Okay? Month 2 comes, you should be scaling. Month 3 comes, you should be where you are. But let's just say something happens, and you go a little slower than normal, or we go a little slower than normal. At the end of 90 days, you've paid $9,000. You're like, oh my gosh. What I'm going to do is I'm going to instruct my team to go into your account, and we're going to push pause on your payment. If you didn't make all $36,000 in billable sales back, if you haven't made that back, we're going to push pause on your payments. Because you know what? You don't need to be stressing about that $3,000 payment. Okay? You don't need to be stressing about that. Okay? There's no other place where you can go where you can get a product and then not have to pay for it. But at Kavu, you can. The reason is because we try to do things ethically, and we try to help you out as much as we can. And my gift to you is I will take the risk off the table. You got to risk $9,000. That's it. You risk $9,000, and I'll help you get to where you want to go. And if you don't, at the end of 90 days, I just push pause on your payments. You get to still work with me. You still get the coaching calls. We're going to show up just as if you were paying, but we're going to help you. We're going to help you do that. Okay? So here's the thing. I want you to jump on board right now with Kavu. Now I'm going to move to the next level. Okay? I want you to jump on board with Kavu. It's $3,000 a month. Okay, it's $3,000 a month, or $36,000. Now this one is called perks. Okay? What happens if you sign up right now? Here's the thing. But if you jump on board right now, this is called bonus, urgency, scarcity. If you jump on board, bonus, I want to give you a bonus. Okay, if you jump on board right now, I'm going to instruct my team. Our cost is normally $36,000 per year. But if you jump on board right now, I'm going to give you lifetime access to through the Kavu program. So we're not going to charge you $36,000 every year. Okay, you're going to pay for it once, and you can get it for the rest of your life. Okay. That's awesome. Now, urgency, I can't do that for everybody, okay? I can't do that for everybody. Okay, that deal is good until midnight tonight, okay? But scarcity, okay, here's the thing. For the first 3 people who say yes today, if you jump on board and you say yes today, you pay your $3,000 down, okay? I'm going to ask Akila, my assistant, to make sure that you get a VIP ticket to our upcoming Kavu reunion here in Gilbert, Arizona, September 24th, 25, 26, 27. If you say yes today, not only am I going to take care of all your food, not only am I going to take care of your lodging, but I'm also going to pay for your airfare, and we will get you here on my dime if you jump on board and say yes today. But I can only do that for the first 3 people who say yes, okay? So you got to go on, okay? And then, so that's perks. And then, so what you got to do is you got to go to cavucoaching.com, okay? You got to go to cavucoaching.com. /join, click the button, pay your $3,000 down payment, okay, jump on board. We'll get started on Tuesday, and we'll secure your free airline ticket to get here to the Cavu reunion, okay, that particular day. You guys with me?
Yes.
You guys with me? Yes! Goodness gracious. So that's how you do it, okay? That's the 12-step strategic marketing matrix, okay? This is what we do for you. This is what we do for your business. We get you up and at it. How many of you believe that if you had this locked and loaded for your business, that you would be able to, beyond a shadow of a doubt, charge somewhere between $10,000 and $25,000, have the boldness and the confidence and the clarity that you need if you had this locked and loaded?
Yes.
You guys believe that?
Yes.
Oh, I know it's true, okay? Because the people that get this right, they get their business right. The people who ignore this and get this wrong, they flounder. They flounder. You got to get this right. This is a 12-step marketing matrix. What questions do you have?
What does the B stand for?
Bonus? Bonus, urgency, scarcity. Okay, you with me? Now, when I was going through that process, did you feel the momentum as we're getting closer and closer? Okay? As you go through this, it's like a bus that starts going downhill, right? And you begin getting momentum, and you actually get people excited. You start getting people excited about your product, get excited about buying it. And you're not selling anything. You're just giving them an opportunity, okay? So this is a 12-step. It's so funny how nice and tidy it started. And then it got a little crazy. But you guys understand this? Okay, so here's your homework, okay? Here's your homework. We're going to take a break until 4 o'clock, okay? And your homework is I want you to pick one of them. I don't care which one, okay? I want you to pick one dot, and I want you to work on the dot before and the dot after, okay? So that way you're going to fill 3 dots. Okay? And I just want you to see if you can start working on some of your messaging, your high-ticket messaging. Because listen, when you got this, you got this. This is your entire business in a document. Okay? Can you guys see why Liz Benny says, oh my God, this is amazing? Because it takes you from I don't know to give me money. Does that make sense? Okay? So I want you to spend some time on this. Okay? So you have person, problem, pain, position, promise, payoff, product, or pathway, product, proof, perceived value. I'm going to put red circles around all these so you know which ones you're doing, okay? So. You guys see them? You guys see them? Okay, I'm going to go ahead and save this. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and save this so we have it. But you guys can come up and feel free to use this. If you guys are online, we're getting ready to take a break. Actually, the feed is getting ready to die. We're going to kill the feed, and we're going to come back on 20 minutes before we start. But I want you guys to work on this, and coming back at 4 o'clock, we'll be ready to go, okay? Our 4 o'clock session is actually going to be relatively fast. Okay, we should only be on for an hour. You guys should be done by 5 o'clock tonight, which would be really good. The reason is because I'm not going to give you everything that's on this sheet of paper because this was pretty overwhelming, okay? So all we're going to do on this one is we are going to work on the opportunity script when we come back, and then we will save the high-ticket elevation for in the morning. You guys got it? Everybody good? Yeah. All right, guys. We will see you guys at 4 o'clock Pacific time. Yes, ma'am.
What was the link again?
Just see Kayla. She'll give it to you. It's cavucoaching.com/join, and there's some numbers because we don't know why join's not working.
We're gonna put the timer on, right?
Yeah.
On the stream?
Yeah.